Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the August scrutiny. Traditionally, I think this has been a relatively light meeting. Unfortunately, it isn't today. We've got a lot of really important stuff to get through. I would like to be at home in time to watch the eclipse if possible. So your cooperation would be greatly welcome in that. So before proceeding any further, can I check that everybody can hear online? Could I have a thumbs up from somebody? Right, I think that was Mr. Orr telling us that he could. Yes, oh good, right, thank you. And can I welcome... Can I welcome particularly this morning Lizzie Watkin, our new Chief Finance Officer, to this, her first fully fledged meeting. Welcome, Lizzie, and we're very pleased to have you with us. The agenda pack with papers is available on mod.gov or directly from the council website from the link which was sent out to members. When you are invited to speak, could you please state clearly who you are for the benefit of anybody who is listening to the meeting so that they can identify who is speaking? And please can you ensure you use the microphones if you are in the room? The meeting is audio recorded by the council. As agendas are now viewed electronically, can you please refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist everyone present in finding the appropriate information? We are not expecting any fire alarms today, but should one ring out, please follow the Democratic Services officers and they will lead the way through the building. There is a comfort break that has been included, comfort breaks that are included in the meeting, and we will have the opportunity to break, and roughly speaking 30 minutes for lunch. It is the intention that we finish by 4, not the least because there is another meeting in the room at 4:30 and it can get very messy if you try to undertake 2 meetings at the same time. So we do really have an end time of 4, but if we can finish any earlier, obviously that would be sensible. So apologies for absence. I believe we have them from Councillor Smedley.
Good morning. That's correct, Chair. Only one.
But no substitute for him. And I understand that Councillor Satton has to leave at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 8th of July have been circulated. Can I take them as a true record, please? Yes, may I see all in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Any issues that anybody needs to bring forward from those minutes? Declarations of interest. Are there any that members wish to declare, please? No? Thank you. We've not been advised of any questions from members of the public that need to be put this morning. So we will move straight to item 5, which is the corporate and strategic outcome tracker, which begins on page 27. Mr. Latkovich.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the outcome tracker, the current outcome tracker with outstanding actions in number is before you. I don't have to add anything else apart from that the reserves policy is going to be on the agenda as well. So if there are any questions from members, I'll just try to keep this short from my end, but happy to answer any questions.
Councillor John.
I just wanted to check, with items that remain on there for a long time as amber, do we have a policy as to at what point things should be moving into green and what timescale we'd be expecting them to move to green?
Thank you, Chair. No, we don't have policy as such. What officers are doing, they're chasing and providing the feedback. For example, some of those outcomes are directed to officers. Some of those are directed to executive and the relevant officers. When we receive the feedback, or if the particular issues were considered by executive, then we update you straight away. Some we just deal with the information that we receive back as well. If we feel that we need to get involved, you chair and vice chair as well, then we write together to those who are meant to be responding to the outcomes.
Councillor Stanton.
Yeah, just I noticed that there's an update on page 29 against community working review. Everybody knows how interested I am in this and its effect on local community networks. So can we just make sure that's kept on there? I wouldn't like us to be in a situation where in 2 meetings' time, we're still being told the government hasn't done anything. In which case we might as well have done what I was proposing a couple of months ago.
Yeah, we're due to have an update report at the next meeting, Councillor Stanton, and we were discussing that only yesterday, that it is important that we are fully informed of both the government's intentions and where the whole process is sitting within the council.
My worry is that this gets kicked into the long grass.
I don't think it's going to get
dealt with a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get kicked into the long grass at all, but the match may have to be going on rather longer than had been originally expected. Yeah.
At our meeting yesterday, we did discuss the fact that we want timelines for where things are going to be brought back to the meetings. So hopefully we'll get that detail at the September meeting.
Okay. Good, thank you. Anything else on the outcome tracker that anybody wants to particularly draw attention to? A number of the issues, of course, are ongoing and ones that we'll be talking about today anyway. No? Right, thank you. So we come to agenda item 6, which is the best value notice improvement and assurance framework, and you will see this beginning on page 35, and I'm going to ask Councillor Lotion to introduce this and then Officer Watkin to present the report.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do note that Chief Executive Duncan Sharkey is online, and of course he spoke to the paper at the Executive last week, but I will do a very short introduction, if I may. First of all, to send apologies from the leader and other lead members who are in the Safer Somerset Partnership meeting at the same time this morning, and that was set up a long time ago, so that is why they're not in the room this morning and why I'm introducing. I just want to say that I welcome what this will bring us, the best value notice, in that it will tighten our focus and it will increase our momentum in the improvement and transformation.
No, it won't.
Sorry, I think that might have been Mr. Orr. Your microphone is on, Mr. Orr.
No, sorry, I'm on twice. Somebody needs to get the unverified one on.
Right. So good they did it twice. If you could possibly just make sure you're on mute, that would be really helpful. Thank you, Mr. Orr.
I'm not sure we want him on.
Councillor Lotion.
Thank you, Chair. At a really serious time for this council. Mr. Orr's comments really cheered me up this morning because I don't agree with him. I do believe it will tighten the focus. I do believe it will increase the momentum for this council, and I do welcome that. So whichever bit Mr. Orr doesn't agree with, we have to do this. We have to do this. We have to respond in the very best way we can. And one of the things that I have been told has been missing in response to other best value notices at other councils is that scrutiny was not properly involved. And so I very much welcome that this paper came forward in time for Executive last week, that it is here today, and that in the paper today there are very clear recommendations for this committee to consider the key areas for potential scrutiny. And there are absolute questions, and in section 4 there are the recommendations that went to Executive last week, which were accepted in full and agreed. But that doesn't mean that because this meeting is after the executive meeting, it does not mean that this meeting is less important, because as we know from other councils, it is extremely important. So I welcome this paper this morning. Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure our new Section 151 officer will, although she's new to all of this at Somerset, she's not new to Somerset entirely, and she was able to have an excellent week of handover with our previous 151, Clive Heafy, and I was involved in one meeting between them, and I found that extremely informative. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lotion. Officer Watkin.
Thank you very much. And yeah, it's very nice to be here with you all today in terms of not just this paper, but actually the journey that lies ahead for the organisation. I'm going to keep it very brief because I know you've got a full agenda and it's important that we get through to the scrutiny and the questions that you will want to ask and get answers to. I'm just going to point out just a couple of aspects of the papers that are in front of you today, and particularly just doing a reminder about what's already going on in the organisation. So the best value notice was issued. However, the organisation already had some significant programmes of change and transformation already underway across the organisation. They will be addressing many of the items that are included in this best value notice. And it is really important to recognise that we already had work underway. What is really important is that we don't have lots of duplication, we don't waste effort, and we have the most efficient and effective way of reporting actions, impacts and outcomes to you in terms of progress against those transformation programmes. So that's one thing that the paper is setting out, is the framework in which we will be doing that has to be designed and actually come forward. It is critical, as Councillor Lation has said today, that you are all involved in that reporting. You all get some oversight of that. You're able to challenge the executive and officers in terms of progress to make sure then that the difference is being seen and felt and recognised across the organisation. So there are recommendations that were considered by executive, and as you've been told, they were all taken forward. I do just want to point out on page 54 of the agenda pack, and of course I would focus on this in terms of SIPFA. They set out particularly some of those areas that are really important for us to be recognising and tackling across the organisation. They are not unique. So the SIPFA report has come forward. We've got the best value notice. We've also got other formal inspection outcomes and assessments across the organisation. But it's really important for me in terms of particularly, as I said, page 54 in that SIPFA report, we do recognise those urgent actions. And they aren't just about the finances. They're about organisation, what we do, how we do things and how we progress what we need to. So the first one is no surprise, and you will hear it consistently across all of these messages. It's about that transformation and delivery of transformation outcomes. And it is about focusing on the impacts and outcomes of that action, not just doing the action and the tick in the box. Obviously, then we are recognising that there's significant financial pressure still in the organisation. We've got an agenda item, Q1 budget monitoring, that will set out £30 million forecast overspend this financial year. We have to be clear what that means. We have to be clear in terms of actions to address that. What does that mean? What does that look like? And how does that affect the services that the council is delivering? And are we content in terms of those impacts being the right ones? And are we moving forward on the right footing? Then, of course, there are other elements in terms of statutory recommendations by the external auditor. They are likely to last at least a couple more years in terms of us being able to get to that grounding and being able to evidence and prove we are on that financial footing, that resilience and sustainability moving forwards for the organisation. You can't simply deal with that in 1 year. The auditors will expect evidence to show not only are we setting realistic budgets, but we are delivering to those budgets as well on a sustainable way. So that's all that I'm going to say, and I'm happy then either if the Chief Executive would like to come in and add more, or if you want to move to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if we may move to member questions, and then if other officers wish to comment, that would be welcome. So I've got a number of hands that have appeared, and I'm going to start with Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I had a good read through this, and I suppose there's a lot of stuff that we need to know, I think, as a scrutiny, to understand what improvement looks like. So one of the things that I noticed was there don't seem to be any measurables. Now, I guess they're going to come later, but there's nothing that could tell me, as I was looking through, we will have cut this by this date, you know, those kinds of milestones that we could reach. We've got words such as improved and stronger, for example, but nothing telling me what it will look like when better is happening. And that's what we need to know. I really understand what you're saying about, you know, this really is the sort of the spark to spur us on, but there have been so many sparks, and I am concerned that it's taken, you know, like the final warning to eventually get us spurred on. And we were already doing lots of the things that they're saying we need to move more at pace, we need to get on with the transformation. So all of the things that we're already doing, I don't know how we weren't doing them enough. And so I wondered if somebody could sort of give some indication as to what additional space there is. I note on page 43 where it had the role of scrutiny, I said that I support all of the listed items, although the fifth is less impactful, and God, I have to go back to page 43, less impactful than the others in terms of the where am I? What page am I on? The annual review of the effectiveness of this, which makes it sound as though this best value notice is going to be hanging around us for quite a while, like beyond the lifetime of this council. And so that brought me to a couple of questions. Is there a deadline to meet for us to address this best value notice? Will there be a time when it's lifted? Is there a sort of a congratulations, we have now lifted the best value notice? And when would we expect that? Would lifting the best value notice end the red flags that we were awarded as well? Would setting a balanced budget this year, so it's sort of autumn time, Clive said that he would know if the budget was going to be on track. Is that when that budget is delivered on the 6th of February or whenever it's going to be next year, is that the day where the government say, well done, you know, we're out, you're sorted? And so I wondered whether I could have answers to those, please.
Thank you. I think if you look on page 50, it does say the notice will remain in place and the department confirms otherwise it will be reviewed after 12 months. This is top of page 50, at which point the department will confirm whether it deems it necessary to continue to seek assurance through such a notice, in which case it will remain in place. It may be withdrawn or escalated at any point based on the evidence available.
Yeah, that's right. But, you know, we want it lifted because it's a thing that's hanging over us. And so I just wonder when that will be. How could you have one for 10 years? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I absolutely understand the point, Councillor Trimble. Officer Watkin.
I actually think that the Chief Exec might want to come in terms of response. I understand that he has had conversations already with government, so he'll be able to express more.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the question, Councillor Trimnell. In terms of measurements and deliverables, obviously this is a summary report from SIT for the whole council. What you'll be able to see within the framework is that there are other individual action plans such as send improvement, offset improvement, which have a lot more of the detail about what will actually change and by when being developed into them already up in them if they're running. As you rightly said, lots of the things in this report, if not everything in this report, is something we already knew and we are working on. It's, I think, actually sobering to see the scale of the challenges that we face across the whole thing pulled together into one report. In terms of the questions to what fixes this, I think we need to be really careful as an organisation that we don't read this as a series of, if we just get that one fixed or that bit's fixed or that's fixed. You rightly said, would balancing the budget lift the best value notice? It would be a strong indication to government that we were actually in the right place. But in of itself, I wouldn't be confident that that alone would do it. Not doing that might lead to different outcomes. I think what we need to see this as is government saying very clearly to the council that we actually need to get broadly everything going in the right direction at the same time and become, if I can term it that, a normal council, not a council which has always got a crisis or an issue running which we have to address. And what we need to make sure is that we don't see a big list of actions as being the target. The target is the impact that those actions have on the lives of local people, on the quality of the services we provide, on the finances of the organisation. So we're very good at putting things into process. We absolutely need to be held to account as officers. You need to be holding us to account as scrutiny committees to say it's not just about delivering the actions, it's about the actions you've delivered have the impact we expected to see when we set them out. And that's the absolute critical thing governments are looking for, that the things we do have an impact for the benefit of local people and the organisation. In terms of timeline, it is a 12-month notice. It's up to government if they thought we were making substantial progress to remove it before 12 months. That's not normal in most circumstances. If someone can fix something within 3 or 4 months, then it probably didn't need a best value notice to start with. Government regularly extend notices. They will not extend them indefinitely. So definitely we're not talking in 10 years. I think if government by the end of 18 months, say, didn't think that they were in a position to be talking about lifting the notice, they'd probably be talking about actually what the next level of intervention in using their statutory powers looks like for the organisation. So very much this is government saying, look, you've got to pull this together now, you've got to get it delivered. And if we can't demonstrate that to them across a broad front, then it's up to them to say, well, yes, you are making progress. We are happy to stick with that and extend the notice. Yes, you've made sufficient progress to be in that category of normal councils, because even normal councils still have some issues, and they may lift the notice. Or if they don't see us making sufficient progress in a time they think is acceptable, then they can go and take additional powers that they already have and start to intervene in different ways.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you.
Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. My concern is I read the statutory guidance on best value, what the duty was, where the duty came from, what the minister expects to, this was a revision a couple of years ago, but what the then minister expects authorities to be delivering in terms of best value, and then read the letter that we had in the light of that statutory guidance. And my concern is that we have perhaps been giving an emphasis on the work that we have been doing and also on our financial crisis. And I think we've missed some of the key bits within the best value message, shall we say. So the actual duty is about a continually learning organisation, a continually self-improving organisation, one which is always striving to do better for its residents. There are 7 interlinked themes identified, and I would have expected this report to be looking at the existing initiatives against the existing themes and saying, this is clearly a demonstration of that theme being moved towards, improved, delivered. And I would also have expected an initial analysis to look at any remaining gaps where we had not got something in place which was required by the best value duty. I think the other impression I had from the report was that it was wordy and it repeated several things as though trying to emphasize them by saying them again. And actually, this should be about gap closure. It should be about learning. It should be about an assay of what the ministry actually requires of us to make sure that everything we've got going at the moment does actually fulfil the needs. Now, one of the areas where I feel a bit of a gap, but the analysis has to be done, is culture. You know, it really is talking about an organisation where every officer feels the need to continually improve the organisation, to feed back up and speak truth to power, shall we say, in order that the organisation is constantly getting better. That's not to say to the extent that it becomes disruptive, but that cultural theme, to me, isn't coming through in what's been written in the paper. I'm not by any means saying that the paper doesn't contain all of the elements of evidence that we will need in the final version of the paper, but as this was supposed to be a how we're going to set out and measure our improvement, I thought a really good starting point and demonstrating best value would be a paper that clearly showed, here are the themes, here's how we measure improvements against those themes. And that rather got lost in the words. So for me, I'm not very happy with the paper. I recognise the strenuous efforts that are being put in place. I recognise the overarching issues we have with actually running the bank account. However, I think the best value notice went a little bit beyond that. And for me, this paper didn't quite scratch my itch.
Right, thank you. That's very helpful. Dave Mansell. Councillor Mansell.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It feels, well, it looks to me that the council's been in financial crisis since close to the start in 2023, and it just keeps going on throughout that time. And obviously wouldn't expect it right at the beginning, but I would have expected to emerge. We've seen lots of plans, but I've just never felt that I've seen clear saving plans that are going to see the budget gap closed. The budget gap just keeps opening up before us, and we've never really seen, for me, how we're going to get it closed. And this is the latest confirmation of it. I mean, just very briefly following on from what was just said in terms of the best value notice and the report, I did have a certain feeling when I looked through the council report that it was just repeating the best value notice back to itself. It used many of the same words, and it was there wasn't enough of a response to it for me. But the biggest thing for me, which I think we should focus on, is the SIPFA report. And it's the SIPFA report from the accountants which has prompted the best value notice. And I felt that SIPFA report was very significant. And I wish to focus in on probably sort of one area in particular. Which is probably crystallised on page 79, where we get some benchmarking for children's social care. And I have to say, I found this pretty shocking in terms of a picture of the council and its performance and its financial state. And just a couple of lines I think are worth reading. Right at the top, Somerset's children's social care expenditure per child is 16.2% above nearest neighbour averages, pretty significantly above. Expenditure relating to children looked after is 27% above nearest neighbour averages, while safeguarding expenditure is 32% above comparator averages. Really a lot higher. And I just don't think I've seen that before in reports that have come to me. I nearly feel as though that's been glossed over. We certainly heard about overspending in social care, and this is where the council's money is going. But I don't feel I've seen the performance comparators which show how far adrift we are from others, and this report has highlighted it. Just one more sort of further down, middle of the page, just below, it's got rates of repeat child protection plans have increased from approximately 123 to 148 per 10,000. This increase is likely contributing to placement pressure, increasing child looked after expenditure. And the problem with that is they're repeats. So we're not getting things right when children are coming through the system first time, and they're coming back in again and incurring more costs. And I have to say, for me, as I think I said, I did find this a bit shocking. And an example, I don't see signs that the council is getting to grips with this. Like, of all the action plans and so on, they're aimed at reducing gaps and things like that. But I don't think I've seen something, and I'm not on the scrutiny for children's services, so maybe they've seen it there. But to deal with what look like problems within the performance of the service at the moment. So I think sort of two sort of suggestions from that. One just sort of linking back to also what SITFA said right at the beginning. They said, you know, one of the key things we've got to do is show grip on the service and demand management, and those indicators to me show that there's a lot to be gripped in this regard. Now, one thing I'd like to suggest is I think how helpful it is to see these comparators with our nearest neighbours, with others we should compare to. And I've not often seen that in reports that the council's done. And I think it's really important that we compare ourselves to others to have some idea of how we should be performing, which it looks like children's services in particular is not doing well. And for that reason, I think we should ask Children's Services Scrutiny Committee. Now, I'm not an attender there. They may well be looking at this and be thoroughly on top of it, but I'm sort of not sure. And SITFA here are certainly suggesting there are problems. So I feel there needs to be a referral back to the Children's Scrutiny Committee to look at the performance of the service now, where it's adrift, and what is being done to get it more into line with our comparators. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell, very much. Councillor Lation, you wanted to come.
If I may, Chair, I just wanted to say that the business case for children's that was at the executive last Wednesday had previously been to children's scrutiny, and we had the recommendations from scrutiny at executive last week, which were addressed by the leader and the lead member. I just wanted to say too that the safeguarding figure of the 32%, I know Claire Winter, the executive director, is questioning that figure because she doesn't recognise that from any figures that we hold. So I just wanted to make those 2 points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lation. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I did ask a number of questions at executive, which were, I think, answered there by Lizzie. But how are you going to actually demonstrate and ensure that the framework that you're proposing will actually demonstrate delivery and outcomes rather than just slide into becoming another structure? That's my first one. And my second question, I think, was triggered in part by Councillor Siebes, which I recall when we looked at the original transformation business case, which actually came to this committee to have a look at it, that in the sort of procurement bit, there was a very large emphasis on cultural change. That was a very big part of the weighting. And I think I remember both myself and Councillor Stanton at the time sort of probed it to see what that was. because it was a very heavy weighting. So what progress can you now report to us, and can you show that has been made as demonstrable outcomes?
Okay, so I
Because
think
it seems we
actually,
put a lot of emphasis on
Yeah, yeah.
that, but it's going to come up in other things.
so Officer Watkin,
Yeah, thank you. And the chief exec might want to come in terms of the work that's happening across the organisation in terms of culture. Your points are absolutely critical in terms of culture and behaviour being the thing that actually converts those actions into delivering those impacts. So I absolutely agree with all of the comments that are made in terms of culture being that driver and the thing that actually makes the long-lasting, difference the organisation requires. In terms of the framework and making sure that it is focused not just on the actions, but are we delivering? That really is important for us in terms of benefits realisation in those tangible measures of the difference and the impact that those actions are supposed to have. It is absolutely critical that we set those out and get those right. Now, they're likely not to be completely right at the outset, and we will need to make sure we are maturing as we are working through the delivery of those programmes, doing that reflection, that review, and ensuring that we do remain on track in terms of the delivery. But it is about benefits realisation and changing that narrative across the organisation, not just from measuring those inputs and those actions, but actually what tangible difference did it make? How can we evidence those differences as well? So there is an element of that that is also really, really important and will be important in terms of being able to not just respond to the best value notice, but also in terms of Ofsted, CQC. It's really important that we've got the evidence that shows that difference. So there is that change in terms of focus and narrative required. Again, part of that culture and behaviour framework, ownership, accountability. We aren't just about doing stuff, we're about making a difference, and that's really important.
Sue? Do you want to come back, Sue?
We didn't get feedback. That's fine, but what are the actual timescales for actually demonstrating to us as a scrutiny committee that this is actually happening? So how is that going to be reported back in terms of outcomes? Because one of the things that CIFR's reports comment on, both of them, is that we're very good at setting up boards and things and lots of activity. What we are not demonstrating is outcome. So there's actually an implementation gap. So how do you propose to fill that? What is your timescale, and how are you going to report it back to us as a scrutiny committee, and also, as some of us wear another hat, back to audit?
I can come in, Chair. Thank you very much. We have to do reporting, absolutely critical that we do that, and we do that on a consistent basis. We have to do quarterly reporting as a minimum in terms of feedback to government. I would expect transparency in reporting through the organisation before we get to that point as well. So it's making sure that all of the relevant committees, boards, whoever it is, do that and have that involvement. So part of that framework is absolutely about making sure that we've got the right things being presented to the right boards and groups of people at the right times to be able to then hold us to account, officers, that we are making that difference that you are expecting. We're open to that challenge in terms of, is it the right stuff? Do we need to go further? Do we need to change direction? To make sure then that we are evidencing that difference. And that's the important thing, really, that we all have that sight of that evidence. We have been very good in terms of, setting up the boards, having the plans, showing those actions. And it does take time to then see the outcomes and the delivery of those outcomes, particularly from those actions as well. We know as well that we are a very complex organisation delivering very complex services. So it's also about recognising if things aren't then having that absolute impact, what has made that difference? What do we need to do in terms of some of those other external influences that we have some type of influence over, but not necessarily complete control? So what are we going to do about that? Because we might need to do more in some of those spaces. So it's about agility, changing, but also about transparency of reporting. You need to be shown those measures. You need to be part of that challenge.
I've just got one more, Chairman, if you want to indulge me. But if there's a queue of members behind me, I'm happy to wait and come back at the end.
There are a number of others.
Okay, that's fine.
Come back. Okay, thank you. So my next speaker is Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I welcome what you're saying, Lizzie, and it sounds great. My concern is that this committee is an overarching committee to check whether things are on track and examine whether they're on track. And to do that process, we need to have, I would agree with Councillor Seeb, a lot more detail. That report really didn't set the context of where we are and what we need to do, and didn't, for me, provide any of the financial information I would have liked to have seen to see what was going to be delivered and what the aims were, what the aspirations were. So I do agree that I would like to see more detail on how and what is going to be achieved. And I don't know if that's going to come forward in another report soon. There's a couple of other things I want to check. So you know, the report says scrutiny is very important, but this has come to scrutiny after the exec. I want to know, how is the comments from this committee going to be incorporated into the response to the government, which happens on the 20th of August, I believe? Are we going to add in comments from this scrutiny to our papers that go to the government? And I do seek reassurance, I suppose, that whatever the quarterly reports are, that they do come to scrutiny before they go to exec, so that we do have that capacity to accurately feed back, as from a corporate and strategic perspective, the view of this committee into anything that goes forward to reports on a quarterly basis to the government. And I don't know if you know when that first quarterly report will happen. Have we got some timescale on when that might be presented?
Mr. Watkin. Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Johnson. So government are suggesting that the first quarterly reporting will be some point in October. But I think, again, you know, the comments that have been made about the council being good at process, good at setting up meetings, we do need to make sure we don't feel that the objective here is to show the right governance pathway. What government are interested in is what's happened that's made a difference. So very much we're in the process of discussing with them how they want to see the reporting format, and that is the conversation right now. This is not about writing a new action plan, which is lots of actions we're not taking already. This is about pulling together the actions we've already got in different plans and saying, how do we make sure they coordinate properly and they see the impact we want to see at the pace government and we would like to see them addressed. So we're having a conversation with government, which we're sending them some documentation on the 20th. That's a suggestion about how we actually report back to them. We're asking them for their feedback on that. And the first formal reporting in terms of quarterly meetings is looking like it'll be the end of October. I can't guarantee the timeline and how things will go through. Obviously, we'll intend to make sure we gather everyone's input before we get back to government. But it's not going to be about saying to government and then executive said this and then scrutiny said that and then someone else said this. Governments have been very, very clear what they want to see is a report which we're taking to executive updating on progress, which has been through the improvement advisory board, which is then going to effectively give government a level of assurance from that board that the progress is there and it's true effectively. So obviously we would usually try and take things through scrutiny. I'm just very conscious that when we got to try and lay all these things out, we could get into a position where the quarterly report's got to be written the quarter beforehand to actually get to all the meetings people would like. So we are working on that. We haven't got that timetable as yet. We of course will want to see scrutiny input to that as well as part of that process. But until we get all of that detail, I'm just not quite guaranteeing to anyone what that sequencing will be.
Right, thank you, Duncan. Martin Lovell, Councillor Lovell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 44, bottom of. And it's the risk, the first of the risks mentioned. Financial recovery not delivered at the pace required, resulting in further reliance on exceptional financial support. Looking at the key mitigations, I can see that the mitigations will be, well, more financial controls, and so we can stare at the whole in a better way. But when they tell us next time, sorry, you cannot have exceptional financial support, I can't see those mitigations helping us. What's our plan B because our previous interim 151 officer made it very clear, don't assume that exceptional financial support will be available to you again. And so that we have to assume that is the case, but I can't see those mitigations meeting that. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question. I absolutely agree that this report at this stage does not set out what we need to do in that space, and it's absolutely critical. So incoming Section 151 officer, actually we need to be showing action that is addressing our gap this financial year as well as future years, and then looking over that medium term. I would expect to be seeing more significant impacts in terms of the transformation, the confidence in terms of delivery there. Do we still have a gap? We need to have further action. Q1 that we are going to be discussing later, showing, as I've already said, a £30 million forecast gap by the end of the year in terms of that pressure. That is not acceptable from my perspective. We have to take urgent action to address that. Officers are responsible for identifying what action needs to be taken, bring those back, and I'm expecting the Q2 budget monitoring position to include all of those mitigations and all of those actions that will be taken to address that gap. We cannot tolerate a £29 million additional pressure in next financial year. So those mitigations have to land on a permanent basis. What I also need to have confidence with, and please excuse me, it's week 3, I'm trying to actually work through exactly what's in place, is robustness around the savings delivery plans, the evidence that those actions have taken place. We've met those milestones. We are going to be delivering those savings, but not just for the current year, but also for the savings that are already been approved in February for those future years as well, because that's really critical, that we aren't just focusing on the here and now, we've got a problem in year, we need to address it. We need to be taking action that lasts for this organisation. So I would be expecting to have much more rigour around those type of aspects if it doesn't already exist, and it might exist in terms of the challenge, but if not, I will be bringing all of that in. I've already had many more conversations with the executive leadership team in terms of who's responsible for the financial position, who's responsible for taking action and bringing that forward. We as the leadership team absolutely are working with the executive and making sure we understand what impacts, what changes are required, what does that actually mean going forwards. So that is the work that's currently underway and expected to come forward as part of Q2 budget monitoring as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Level. Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, welcome to Lizzie. We're all very relieved that you're here, and particularly how much you've understood and got to grips with in 3 weeks. That was, your earlier remarks gave a good level of reassurance. I've got 3 questions, if I may. The first one is one I actually raised at the Scrutiny Chairs and Vice Chairs meeting on Monday. This word pace and at pace. Councillor Tribunal made the point that there are no measurables here. But, if you page 37, we talk about doing things at pace, and again on page 54. But then on the bit that Martin just referred to on page 44, work not being delivered at the pace required. Now, the OED definition says that pace is about working at a steady, regular speed. Always remember the regimental sergeant major with his pace stick to make sure the paces were the same length and the same speed. So it's a plea really. Can we stop misusing this word pace to suggest things are being done fast when they then aren't done fast? If they're to be done at speed or fast, let's use those words. And let's use pace to specify the pace and the measurables, as Lucy said. Then I think we'll be more in the real world. Second question, I think it's page 37.4.3, improvement and assurance framework. What is an improvement and assurance framework? Sounds essentially static to me. And improvement, as Councillor Siebers pointed out, is about changing culture. It's about changing behaviour. So it has to be rather active, not static. Thirdly, I just want to pick up on, I was going to ask this question anyway, but really good that Councillor Mansell raised it too. I am Vice Chair of Children's Scrutiny, and as Councillor Lyshon said, we did deliberate. We've had 3 meetings actually, including an extra one, looking at the issues in children's. It was a very long list of recommendations to executive. We're reasonably satisfied, in fact satisfied, that the leadership is fine. There's some gaps in management, particularly with a particular officer having gone on long-term sick. Extra money has been put in. I can't remember the exact figure. I've got 5.3 million in my mind over 2 years, but somebody will remember what it was, particularly to deal with special educational needs and catching up with the backlog of psychologist assessment of children with learning difficulties. The problem, and it's one it's really become more and more apparent in the couple of months I've been in this role, and it's visible on page 55. So page 55 in bold says in second paragraph, there are demand pressures in adult social care and children's and requires improvement. And then fourth paragraph, in children's, there remains limited evidence demonstrating that transformation activity has yet resulted in sustained reductions in underlying demand growth. Well, we can't control the demand growth. We're stuck with it. We have to respond to it, or future cost avoidance. And the specific issue I'm concerned about is relationships with partners and the Integrated Care Board, because what seems to be the case is that we are not getting cooperation from the Integrated Care Board, the ICB, because it's reorganising itself, and particularly on provision of experts at hand, which is the core of the solution to catching up with this backlog of children's assessments, huge backlog that we've got. I would like us, Chair, if we might, in our recommendations at the end, and Children's has already made this recommendation, but I think it comes more powerfully from here, and additionally, that serious specific attention should be given to the relationship of Somerset Council with the ICB, and particularly with regard to the ICB's participation in improving the SEND situation and making sure that we get these experts at hand. And there was even lack of agreement between Somerset Council and the ICB as to how many of these people there should be. And then there's the problem that they're probably not available anyway. That's another issue. Right, I hope that's clear. Thanks for listening.
So just to capture that point quite clearly, Councillor Stanton, you're very clearly underlining that serious specific consideration should be given to Somerset Council's relationship with the ICB. Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you, Chair, and I think Mr. Watkins might want to come in as well, I guess, on some of those questions. But in terms of pace, I do agree with Councillor Stanton. The pace is a difficult word in terms of how it's being used, and I hope we'll be able to set out more clearly as part of the reporting back to government when we expect to see impacts actually biting and making a difference. And then that will start to give some sense about what the paces we need to be hitting to actually get that achievement delivered. In terms of what is the integrated assurance framework, what we're saying effectively is there is very little, if anything, in the SIPFA assurance report which is new to the council. So we already have responses to lots of the things that they're flagging up. It's an omnibus report. It pulls together lots of different strands. What we need to make sure is that we're not falling over ourselves trying to monitor and measure the actions we're taking against those different strands. What we actually need is a simple, clear way of saying, yes, yeah, for example, SEND improvement. There is a SEND improvement plan over here. It's been looked after in a governance sense in this way. These are the targets, these are the deliverables, these are the impacts we expect to see in the timeline. What we need to be able to say to government is that's happening or it's not, and we need to be able to demonstrate the outcomes. What we don't want to be doing is reporting that back 100% to a different part of, say DFE or to ourselves, and reporting it back to government 100%, monitoring it twice, and we're going to fall over ourselves. So the framework very much is about saying what are the right levels for us to actually report back and monitor, and how do we manage that? And it's really important that we really keep that focus on the fact it's about impact, not about the actions individually. I think the last point about the ICB, if I can, Chair, I'll just pick up on a bit of a preamble as well before maybe Mrs Watkins wants to talk about the actual figures. And I think this goes to the heart of Councillor Osborne's question as well, Chair. What I think government's saying to us with the comments around pace is that we do need to get on top of managing demand coming into children's, because pretty much the demand figures that have been coming into the organisation in terms of social care cases are what's driving the financial problems. If we didn't have that demand growth, and it's not just demand growth in terms of more people, it's the cost of each individual person, it's the length of stay effectively in our services. It's those three factors that actually add up to the figure, but it's that figure that keeps pushing us over the top of the budget. And what government is saying is that the pace they're looking for us to deliver on is where we have strategies, transformation plans in place, which are starting to manage that financial pressure generated by that demand, that increased complexity, and therefore increased cost and the length of stay, which means that we can start to balance the budget sustainably over many years. That's what they're looking to see. So when they say we're getting that right, will be when we can demonstrate that the action we're taking through transformation is suppressing that additional cost in social care, and therefore is not pushing us over the edge on the budget envelope that we have available. It's different in different parts. Adult social care doesn't have demand pressures in terms of lots more people coming into the system right now, and it hasn't done for a couple of years. Adult social care, if we didn't have the one incident around the learning disability pool budget, would actually be forecasting just short of a £4 million underspend in Q1. But we've had one significant issue, which is that the ICB have pulled out of the pool budget, and therefore all of that spend that they were previously funding, which was £34 million a year, is at risk. And that's why we've got an overspend being forecast in adult social care. It's a one-off issue. I don't think anyone reasonably would expect we'd have already had a transformation plan in place that could deal with the £34 million, and it won't be that figure, but until we finished all the assessments, we don't know the actual figure pressure in 1 year. We're going to have to work out how we deal with that, depending what the figures look like when we get through all the assessments we've got to run. But what we have known, for example, in children's social care, is that the costs have been going up for a number of years now, dramatically going up, and we have not been able to transform the service to actually manage that pressure, not just demand pressure, that cost pressure coming into the system to actually keep our budget sustainable. And I think that's what government mean when they say we're not hitting the pace, that our transformation activity is not keeping pace with keeping the finances sustainable. That's effectively, I think, what we have to demonstrate to them, in answer to Councillor Osborne's question as well, to say that they will be satisfied at that point with the outcome.
I've got Councillor Hobhouse who wants to come in, and I'm just going to go back to
Yeah. 2 points I'd like to come back on, if I might, if you'll indulge me.
Okay, yes, Councillor Stanton.
Firstly, very simply, I just want to know what the improvement and assurance framework is, so somebody could send me a copy of it. I'm a former management consultant in organisational change, so I just want to see if it's a good one, and not static. Duncan's comments on the ICB and so on, that's useful, very worrying about the 31 million being withdrawn. On the managing of demand, that's being done already, in the sense that triage is being done early by the officers in children's services, and so that not to, because the trouble you get is the applications from parents for children to be assessed, 1% of them may be children with serious difficulties and needs, which need to be urgently addressed and seriously addressed. Another proportion, probably the bigger one, will be children with ADHD and autism typically, which although it needs dealing with, doesn't have to be dealt with tomorrow. So there is now a triage system to try and separate out those different kinds of demand. But I think we'd be kidding ourselves if we think we can manage this demand very much. We have to manage the provision of response to respond to it.
You want to come back on that, Mr. Sharkey?
Just very briefly, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to do so. I think Council Stanton, that's a difficulty. I think this council for a number of years has been saying, yeah, it's a national problem. We can't address that. Everyone's suffering. If we actually look around carefully, and I think CIPFA figures show it, and the figures that I think it was Councillor Mansell was quoting about how much more we're spending on cases, how much more we're spending overall on the system than near neighbours and national averages, show that what other councils have been doing is work out how to get further down that chain that generates the demand. And we're not talking about managing demand when someone fills in an EHCP application, or we have to do a formal assessment under Section 47 of children's safety. At that point, the demand's already arrived. But other councils are now working 4 or 5 years down the chain about how do we keep children in school for longer, how do we do this? And their impact seems to be more successful in that it's actually smoothing the demand and the cost pressure demand that they're seeing at the far end. So it is about managing the market. It is about having a full structure of provision available for children. It is about stopping as many people coming through the system as we can by safely holding them in other places further down that demand, that escalation pathway. And that's what our transformation plans need to see. And I think you will see some of that enough. I don't know if it's the next agenda item or the agenda item on children's transformation in a minute, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things at a much lesser strategic point. The first is at the last two meetings we had on transformation, I made the point that we are still running 5 separate ICT programs for housing. And I see nowhere in any of the transformation stuff that we are willing to look at changing from 5 to 1. There are 6 different units, I know that, but 2 of them use the same ICT. That is £1 million saved straight off, Lizzie, just to give you an assistance into your thing. The second thing is that in my division, I have the managing director of a small social care operation, and he has offered on numerous occasions to try and talk to people in social care about saving money at the micro level that he operates at, and nobody has taken him up on it, and I don't comprehend why. I'm sorry to go into detail.
Right, thank you very much for that, Councillor Hobhouse. We do have a transformation item later on in the agenda, and I think we can revisit that point then. However, if Officer Watkin wishes to comment now, she's at great liberty to do so.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hobhouse. So I think that we do need to be really clear in terms of where those opportunities are across the council. There is always a need for prioritising work, of course, and balancing the risk associated with delivering some of these items. So if we do have some of those things that are a little bit more, I would say, tactical rather than strategic in terms of a change programme rather than a transformation programme that will deliver savings, I am absolutely up for listening to some of these things, but also from my perspective, I would expect to see that shift kind of post-vesting of what we're tackling, when we're tackling, to absolutely make sure we are running as efficiently and as effectively as possible in that kind of background, because that's the really important thing for us as an organisation, to be evidencing that we're doing that. So when we end up with the difficult conversations about government settling their fair funding, and actually we've seen significant losses of government funding across, you know, the 3 years. Now we've got that certainty, what it means in terms of the pressures that we are seeing. We've discussed them today in terms of education, in terms of social care, both adults and children's. It then makes it easier in terms of we have no further places to go in terms of the operations of the council. So I've got that, and I will ask more questions in terms of what else hasn't happened in terms of some of those efficiencies. But as I said, some of these things come with risk. Some of them will come with actually we've got capacity in those services dealing with other things that are going on that actually are a higher priority. So it is a very mixed patchwork of all of the things going on. But I need to have assurance that actually we are prioritising the correct things. So thank you.
Now, I've got 4 members who have asked to come back, and I've also got Councillor Cock-Woodman, who is present in the room today, who has also asked to speak. I will ask the members of the committee with their return questions first. Can I, however, draw everybody's attention to page 42 and 43, because there is nothing like a series of signposts to enable us to perhaps determine the route we wish to follow. And there are some very clear points there for us to consider. Whilst questions are ongoing, can I just ask you to look at those issues that are raised, particularly in section 25, because I think they are very pertinent to our discussion this morning. I would perhaps put forward the view that whilst we may not be able to look in detail at those items this morning, we might take the view that our conclusion is these are areas of ongoing concern and we wish to have them looked at further, and for us to be able to return to them further, either in formal meetings or workshops during the course of the next 12 weeks or so, because that is the key moment when we are looking at both the first report back to government, but also the coming together of the budget. So just look at those 2 pages whilst those questions are going on now, beginning with Councillor Seeb.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that guidance. But I think what you've done is you have highlighted for me the point I made at the outset, which is there is a difference between this item, which is the best value notice and the efforts required under best value notice, and the parallel, overlapping and interwoven work on financial stability. And in particular, I found the words of Mr. Sharkey very interesting around the children's services, because I think this is a good illustrative example of what I was trying to get across at the start of the meeting about the differentiation of those two. In the SIPFA report, it's quite clear that it agrees and acknowledges that demand has outstripped, has been growing and growing and growing, and it acknowledges that the budgets have also increased very, very substantially in those areas to meet the needs within an improving framework. It acknowledges the transformation work that is already commissioned and underway, and it then says, and you still haven't closed the gap. You've still got more growth, and therefore you need additional work to get to the point of financial stability in the future. Additional work over and above your present transformation is required. And this is where I think the difference between the best value notice and the transformation monitoring. Transformation monitoring is a declared program, is the declared program delivering to program. I'll use to program rather than to pace. What the SIPFA thing is saying, your pace is insufficient. You need more stuff going on and bigger changes in order to get to balance. And whilst the SIPFA data is dated, I still think that's the point which the Minister has made with the best value notice. So what we should be doing is saying things like, for example, it's quite clear that Mr. Sharkey is well aware of other councils and is learning from their experience. Learning from experience is one of the themes in the best value notice. So what I was expecting to see in the report was capture of, we recognise that this is an area where we desperately need to do more work. We need more effect out of in the future than we have secured at present, and therefore we are going to other councils. We are looking at very long-term planning. We're looking at school management and other factors in order to control anticipate and ideally reduce the pressures in future years so that we are back in balance. And the verbal presentation contained the content I would have expected to see in the written report. This was my beef. So thank you for letting me back in. It is about the future, whether enough is being done to secure financial stability. I completely, having been in the same game, endorse Councillor Stanton's point about culture. I have experienced near collapse of the organisation I was in and the way in which the owners of the business and the board that they had appointed got after that problem. And it was around creating the hunger within the staff and the understanding within the staff that led to a cultural change. That was how our local helicopter supplier survived through its last crisis, and I have no doubt it's how it will survive through its current existential crisis with drones, etc. But you know, we have to get after culture, and this report should be about how we're going to embed the additional change. What are the aims and the objectives that will result in strategies that we need to develop, and how will we measure them?
Right, that one is going to percolate for a moment or two. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I know that Councillor Trimnell's question was related, I think, to the ICB spend. You had a query on that. Would you like to raise that now, so as before we totally lose sight of what it's related to?
Oh, no, I don't mind. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Are you saying you're going to wait?
Yes.
I might not be next, Sue.
Right. Okay.
What do you want to do? You want me to raise mine first?
If you raise in my place, that'll be fine.
Okay, Councillor Trimnell.
You raise it.
Gosh, I do apologise. I note that the CEO referenced the learning disabilities budget as a one-off, and all I wanted to do was question that, because my understanding was it's a one-off incident that sparked this, but it will be an ongoing cost that we will now have to cover every year. So this 30 million, which we've managed to bring down to 15 million and offset with around 4 million underspend to make us around 11 to 12 million overspent at the moment, that will be an ongoing pressure that we will have to absorb next year and the year after and the year after that. And I suppose my question would be, where it's a cost of 30 million, would it increase to that year on year after this year? Is it only some unique circumstances that have brought it down to that 12?
Mr. Sharkey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry, in no way was I trying to imply this as a one-off issue, Councillor Trimnell. This is a unique year in terms of that regard. The figures that you're seeing, and apologies, Chair, we are straying into your Q1 budget report, but the figures that you'll see in there are for this year. We do not know what the impact will be next year because we are still working through all of the assessments of the people who are in that pooled budget, because now they need to be individually assessed. I think there are 1,700 cases in there. And until we completed all those assessments and had conversations with the ICB about the results, none of us know what the impact could be. The worst case scenario would be it's £34 million, because that's the amount that the ICB spent last year, obviously, plus whatever cost increases we might have seen. We know it won't be the whole £34 million. That would mean that the ICB will pay no continuing healthcare contributions at all to people. But until we completed the assessments, we don't know what the figure would be. So the £12 million figure you see for this financial year, I say this slightly carefully, because it is underpinned by a reserve we'd already put in place to help us smooth the impact of this, and the forecast underspend across the rest of adult social care, assuming that the underspend doesn't change in some way, i.e. something else changes in the figures, then that £12 million will just reduce. That makes an assumption that there were no additional cases when we assess them that will be attributed to the ICB. So for every case that we assess that the ICB ended with a responsibility, that £12 million figure will come down. But that £12 million is also based on the fact that the change did not start on the 1st of April. The change starts this month, effectively. So it's a forecast because it hasn't yet happened. From next year, there will be a full year impact, and we will have hopefully just about got to the end of the assessment process by the end of the financial year. So we should be able to model that properly. But it could be more than 12 million, it could be less. Until we've done the assessments, we don't know.
Thank you. That kind of fills that gap I had between the 34 million and the 12 million, or the 15. So now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sue, did you need to come back, or has that now dealt with it?
That's absolutely fine. I just felt that the clarity that Councillor Trimnell was seeking, and maybe the rest of the committee, that we sort of got that was asked before people had forgot about what the original related to. So it's that the two were seen together. They didn't get split, so to speak. Going back to my own questions and looking at the guidance that you've pointed us to in terms of key lines of inquiry for the Scrutiny Committee, flipping through it, I think we've probably, although not necessarily in the order or the sequence, I think we have covered quite a certain amount of it, particularly over things like governance and assurance and our role. And I would fully expect that as the reports that it's asking us to ask for are also the reports that government is asking for. So I would expect those to be coming to us. But there's something else just that caught my eye, which is risk 9 on page 57 of the report, which is the CFA warning. And it relates to municipal years, the CFA warning regarding decision making in the final year of a council term. So what I'd like to know is what decisions are essential to financial recovery do we have to take between now and May 27? And when will members see a decision timetable set out for what are the key decisions that we are going to need to make between now and 27? And my other point is, and it came up at executive last week, but I will repeat it here, is that the next item agenda, building better finance, is going to be sitting in the transformation portfolio. Whether you agree with that or not is another story, but it is. So it's going to add an extra critical, huge piece of work into the transformation portfolio. Is it not time now to consider splitting the monitoring officer role and the transformation director role, so the transformation director can then totally focus on getting the transformation done at pace, meeting MHCRG's demand, and being able to oversee building better finance, which is actually fundamentally crucial as to whether, bluntly, we live or die. So I do feel that the time is coming to actually split it, because monitoring officer is also quite demanding in its own right. You're dealing with a lot of diverse things, both internally and externally. Town and parish councils come to the monitoring officer when they've got their own disputes. I really do think the time's coming to look at splitting those, because both of those are two very difficult horses to ride. To ask someone to ride them simultaneously, I think would even defeat the efforts of Superman.
Mr. Sharkey.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, thank you, Councillor Osborne, for the questions. In terms of the building better finance, the responsibility there will sit with Mrs. Watkins and Mrs. Nicola Hicks, who are taking that forward and leading. We're reporting it within the transformation and the framework, as we discussed earlier, because we need to report all of this back to government in the same way. But the transformation director is not responsible for that delivery. That's other colleagues. However, the point you raise is something we have under regular review about the level of resource we have, because that is a very big role. One of the questions we're just looking at is actually now we're moving the transformation much more into delivery rather than initiation. Actually, what does that look like as a different resource? So it's a live set of questions that we keep under review, and the view Councillor Osborne's expressed is not something we're unaware of, because that is a lot of pressure on one person to try and manage both of those aspects. Just going back slightly, you asked Councillor Osborne for a schedule effectively of decisions that need to be taken. That is a concern CIPFA expressed. It's not a concern that I've expressed or others have expressed to CIPFA in terms of members and decision making. But I think the answers you're looking for are, it's a budget process. So as we work through the budget process, people get visibility of that at various points in the next few months. If we can set a balanced budget, that would address that issue. If we can't, then members will obviously want to know why not. I know one of the questions people always look at is, well, what ideas did you have that you discounted? That would effectively be the answer to the question. I think about the line about member decision making in advance of an election.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I will quickly say I have wondered whether the monitoring officer role is getting the attention it needs. I will just say that on that, as it's been raised. I did wish to comment on the pace question. I think we're probably okay, but I think we are getting the right message. But I did just wish to ensure. I believe the expression people are using is at pace. I've not looked it up in a dictionary, but I think at pace has a particular meaning. Perhaps though, just to be clear that speed is part of what is going on. CIPFA, page 54, first of their urgent action starts to escalate the pace. Page 57, key risk number 11, which is red, is saying the pace of delivery of transformation programme is slower than expected. And as information for financial recovery, speed is important. I believe we are getting a message from auditors, from CIPFA, and I would say from me, that we're not moving quickly enough on this. It's been taking too long to get to the outcomes. But I do take Duncan's point as well, that outcomes is where we need to get, and we've not been seeing enough of them. But speed is an important part of it. I wonder whether I dare just risk. I did forget a question. It may or may not be significant, but I did feel it was a question that should be raised. It's on page 91, and it's to do with directors signing the assurance statement as part of the budget. Now, it states that one of the directors did not sign. Now, there could be a good reason for that, and I expect there probably is, but I don't know. I didn't know one of the directors hadn't signed. I just felt that it was a question that should be asked. If one of the directors has not signed, is there a good reason, or what's going on here?
Right, that is a specific question that I think somebody needs to, Councillor Lation.
Chair, I was not coming back on that specific point. It was another point I wanted to make. So those of us with long memories will remember when Jason Vaughan was our Section 151 officer, and we went to exceptional financial support for the first time, and we put forward capitalisation directive to close the budget gap and also for transformation. If I had my time again, the one thing I would ask Jason not to do was to bring transformation into it at that early stage so soon after LGR, because we went through LGR, we went into financial emergency, we then went into the restructure of the staffing for the council, where we lost, I think it was 555 full-time equivalent posts. But if you go back and look at the closure report from the HR committee, it was nothing like that number of redundancies, which proved that so many voids had come forward from the predecessor council. And if I had my time again, I would go back and revise that order and bring in that request to government for exceptional financial support on transformation costs, including redundancy, a year later, which would then reduce CIPFA asking me questions about how far do I feel that we're not succeeding on pace of transformation. I think that they have rightly been tough on us over that question, because we asked for that from government as early as we did. And one of the many things that I talked to other councils about LGR, and there are loads of things on my slides that I mention, including make sure you've got a finance system that's well tested in the local government arena. Don't go for something that is perhaps not as tested as it might be, and we heard about that at executive last year. And also do all of your establishment costs before vesting. Don't try and do it all in the 2 years after vesting. There are a number of things where I'm hearing other councils heading to LGR, and they are already talking about their move to software that is tried and tested and that they have run for a shadow year. And I'm sure planning software comes in there too. And then also to ensure that their establishments in the predecessor councils are all worked through, and that all of the work they need to do on pay and reward is done pre-vesting. So I think there are a number of things that we could have done better in a different order. But at the time, LGR, immediately followed by a financial emergency, did appear to be a unique position. Perhaps it wasn't unique, but to me it seemed unique. And maybe we would do it differently if we had our time again, which we won't. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Sharkey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to come back on the specific question, and I should have just said as well, if you've indulged me, Chair, in terms of the balance of the workload for the programme director as well. I should point out we have just appointed a new head of legal who's one of our deputy monitoring officers. So actually we do have a number of deputy monitoring officers who are working really successfully on that workload. And that's because we've been trying to minimise the impact directly on the monitoring officer of that workload by appointing really good deputies who can undertake the work on their behalf. In terms of the accountability statements, I'll talk in generic if I may, Chair, because it's obviously not fair to talk about an individual. There are a number of issues. I think 2 officers weren't able to sign their accountability statements immediately because there were issues within the figures that needed explaining and just reconciling. One wasn't signed as per the report commentary. It's okay with an accountability statement, say, I'm not convinced I can deliver this, provided you've got confidence that you've got enough plans to try and deliver it. The issue would be if a colleague was saying, I can't deliver this and I don't know how to deliver it. That would start you to lead down the question about, well, what else do we need to do differently then? Because directors are responsible for delivering their budgets. If we're saying we can't deliver on our budgets, we either need to come up with the mitigating actions to say, well, we will be able to deliver on our budget. That could be reducing the budget, that could be generating more income, that could transform the way we work. Or we need to say, well, if we don't have that number of ideas, we need to find some other way of generating those ideas that do allow those mitigating actions to be brought forward. So there shouldn't be an accountability statement that is not signed at the end of the process. But the worry would be, if it's not signed because it's wrong or it needs fixing, and obviously the SIPF report is a snapshot in time, then that's one thing that needs to be fixed. If it's not signed because colleagues are saying we don't have enough ideas to be able to balance the budget, then that's an entirely different conversation that we need to get into corporately.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to be sure we're clear about this pace point. It's about having measurables raised by Councillor Trimnell and what speed the pace is. I've just taken the risk of looking up on Meta AI, and it says this is common UK government and NHS business speak. And it even gives Somerset Council as an example. The definition is make improvements quickly, keep going, don't drag it out. What we need to be told is what speed it is. Is it 5 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour? In others, it's done in a month, 3 months, 6 months, milestones. What's to be done when? Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to refer back to the paper and page 42. where it says potential key areas for scrutiny. And I'm not quite clear who's written this report, but I would say all of those items listed there are absolutely relevant to the scrutiny committee. There's financial recovery, there's transformation delivery, demand management and key services. And I think it really encompasses a lot of what we've said today that we need to ensure is going to come to the scrutiny committee. For me, one of the items under transformation delivery sums it up, where the transformation programs have clearly identified financial and service outcomes. I think the message coming here is very clear. We need to see the figures, the data, the pathway as to what has been proposed, what has it delivered. And that's what I'm really feeling is lacking. And I would really, I was slightly concerned, Duncan, by your comments saying we'll do our best to sort of align things with scrutiny, but I wasn't hearing a coherent message that this transformation that is required is really going to be brought to scrutiny in a way that we can thoroughly debate the potential ways and whether they are achieving the desired outcomes that are needed. And if it doesn't happen here, I'm not quite sure where it happens. So I would like to suggest all those potential key areas for scrutiny are included as a recommendation, because I think it encompasses everything we've talked about today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Right, right. Look, I am anxious that Councillor Cock-Woodman has had his hand up for quite a long time. However, I think the protocol is that members of the committee should speak first. So, Councillor Mansell, Councillor Hobhouse, and then Councillor Cock-Woodman. Councillor Mansell.
Yes, with regard to the question on the assurance statement, I just feel there is something we should understand on this. Could I suggest that we have a written answer, just giving us a little bit more information on that, so we can understand, what is the situation? I could be worried about it. I'm not sure whether I am or not. I think we need to know more.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, request a written response on that specific point. Councillor Hobhouse.
30 seconds, Mr. Chairman. The other two scrutiny committees, the ones dealing with adult social care and children's social care, are looking in depth, and or should be, at what they are doing in transformation. Can we try and tie in this scrutiny committee to their scrutiny committee reports so that we don't repeat everything twice?
Yes, I think that is a very sensible observation. As has been noted earlier, the scrutiny chairs, as you know, and deputies and the chair of audit do meet regularly once a month. And I think this is one of the areas where we do need to make sure that there isn't duplication and that the items are considered by the appropriate committee once. Okay. Councillor Cock-Woodman.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I know change and transformation and innovation goes on in the different directives and activities of this council. And when we talk about pace of change, how is the reporting, baselining reporting and monitoring going to be done as a council as a whole, so that members and the scrutiny committee and also audit committee can know that the council as a whole is changing at the pace necessary to fulfil the requirements of the SIPFA and of the best value notice?
I think that takes us very much back to the point about measurables, doesn't it? Now, look, ladies and gentlemen, I am sensing a considerable degree of unease, disquiet, lack of information, difficulty in knowing exactly what some of the proposals that are coming forward really do mean, how they can be tested, how they can be measured. One that I'm particularly concerned about is actually who finally takes accountability, responsibility for all of this. Who is the individual or group that really does do that? And I must say that looking at the executive recommendations on page 37, the role of the Improvement Advisory Board who exactly it is, how exactly they are offering the leadership. As is said on page 43, that we need clear ownership of actions and accountability for delivery. And I'm not quite sure I know what that really is. And ultimately, knowing that there is somebody who is carrying the can for this is really important. We need to know who is the final point at which these extremely important actions and issues comes to rest with. So, I mean, you may argue, of course, that it is the chief executive, and one would never wish to place too much of a burden on one individual. But nevertheless, I think that there is something of miasma of doubt about so much of what is in this paper today. Duncan, you don't need to respond to that if you don't want to, but by all means do.
I'm very happy to respond to you. I think it's quite straightforward. The people responsible are the leader and myself through the executive. So the executive will be reporting back to government. They will be advised by officers, and the government have asked that we send that response through the Improvement Advisory Board to give government a sense of assurance from the advisory board that the reporting we're sending them is accurate and a fair reflection. But the people responsible are the leader and myself.
Okay. Right. Clear. I would suggest that we take pages 42 and 43 and our recommendations as our starting point at this stage of our discussions. So pages 42 and going into 43. So the potential key areas for scrutiny, the committee may wish to examine, and I don't think we've been able to do much more than express our concerns about these sorts of areas today. But I think that under financial recovery and sustainability, I think we can express concern and expect that we have further discussion and opportunity to examine those areas. Likewise, transformation delivery. The demand management in key services, and I do take the point that it is the case that the appropriate scrutiny committee does need to look at those items particularly relevant to their agenda. But particularly in relation to children's services, Councillor Stanton has put forward the serious and specific consideration should be given to Somerset Council's relationship with the ICB. And I think we can note that this morning. On governance and assurance, again, I think we are noting some concern that governance arrangements are sufficiently joined up, that reporting requirements are proportionate and focused on outcomes, and the assurance that information is accessible and transparent. And although we thank Mr. Sharkey for his clear statement that the final point of this is going to be the chief executive and the leader of council. Nevertheless, it is important that there is clear ownership of actions and accountability for delivery. So I think we do need to make that point this morning. And finally, on the role of scrutiny, all of those things that are listed, I think, are important. And I would hope that we might wish to agree that we do have those bullet points responded to there fully. I note the point that Councillor Seeb has made very clearly about the change in culture. And I do think that that is one of the absolutely most important things that we are seeing throughout all of our debates. Is it really changing? Are people really getting the message changing? And are they acting with a sense of urgency? And I think, if I may say so, I do entirely agree with what Councillor Stanton is saying about using pace as a measure, as a measure of speed, because unless you qualify the word pace, it isn't a measure of anything. You can say we need you to move at a fast pace or a slow pace, but at pace is meaningless. So I think we should formally request from this committee that henceforth the word is urgency, not pace. Councillor C.
Chairman, I'd just like to clarify a couple of points for my reading of the well, firstly, when I started at the beginning of the meeting, I was making the point that really we should work from the best value duty, from the statutory guidance on the best value duty, from the letter, and obviously from any subsequent conversations that are being had with the departments about reporting. So scrutiny, I think, needs to understand that context in order to be able to measure whether or not success is being achieved. And I think that should be covered as part of the governance point and the role of scrutiny point. The second point I made was that I would expect the governance, this framework, to be addressing initiatives that are already underway against the 7 aspects of best value, and in particular to identify any gaps remaining in effect. And I think the pace issue is pace of effect. We are not interested in particularly the level of work which has been done. We are interested in whether that work has been successful. So it is the output, the effect on, for example, costs, cost prevention, planning for future costs, cost avoidance. These are the effects that we seek. And I go back to that example of the children's services where we were told in the SIPFA paper that we had lots of things going on, but they were not yet delivering effect at a pace which would match the pace of increase in future projected cost. So we needed more effect. And I think that that word effect is also a very common government word. And in the case of certainly any military campaigns, it is absolutely clear what effect is. And I think we really ought to be looking at that cost effectiveness and the effect elements of cost effectiveness as part of making sure we balance up our incomes and our outgoings.
So the points I'd noted from what you were saying, Councillor Sieb, and I was still working my way towards an analysis of remaining gaps, changing culture, how do we measure improvement, and the point that you've just elaborated on effects.
I think improvement is improved effect,
yeah,
and not the effort going into trying to change. It's the result of the change.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm just in the process of summing up. It's going to make it very difficult if we have too many interventions at this stage. I've already got Councillor Cock-Woodman. Councillor Osborne, you're indicating you want to come back. I shall lose my thread if we're not careful. However, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just wondering whether we could possibly throw down a little challenge as part of this in terms of delivery. So we could actually ask, as a scrutiny committee, what three measurable outcomes should we all expect to see by the end of this financial year that would actually demonstrate that the council is genuinely or has genuinely closed that implementation gap that we've been referring to. So it's a little bit of a challenge in there, but actually, can you show it?
Thank you for that. Councillor Cock-Woodman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, if we're going to change the word from pace to urgency, and pace is in the sit for criticism, for example, we will then need to surely know the pace of urgency.
Well, I mean, the thing that SIPFA did, I think, is to qualify the word pace. They didn't just use at pace, it was faster pace or whatever. It's not going at a sufficient pace. I don't want to get too caught up with definitions of words. However, I think there is general concern about the continuation of the use of at pace, because it is essentially meaningless. Well, or rather, it means whatever you want it to mean. Just then, if I may move forward, and taking Councillor Osborne's three challenges as well as a very interesting idea. We've also then got the recommendations that you will see printed on page 36. So we're invited to consider the key areas for potential scrutiny in section 25, which I think we are and have done. And basically, I think we've recognised the fact that they are areas of ongoing scrutiny and things that we are concerned about. Yes. I think it's difficult for us to judge whether or not, in item 1, the development of an improvement in insurance framework will adequately address the concerns raised by MHCLG and SIPFA, because I don't think at this stage we've really got the information that allows us to judge that. I mean, it might well, but we don't know. So this is why I think it's a process rather than an event. We need to have assurance that proposed governance arrangements do provide sufficient oversight of financial recovery and transformation. Again, I'm not quite sure that we do. So I think we can express some degree of concern and look forward to having further assurance that that is the case. Again, are performance measures and milestones sufficiently robust to demonstrate improvement? I think we're concerned that we haven't gotten it now. So I think we have to express concern that they may be, but we don't know. Equally, that the improvement and advisory board arrangements provide effective external challenge and assurance. We must say that's an area that we're continuing to be interested in, but we don't know. Adequate arrangements are in place for member scrutiny and public transparency, and whether quarterly progress reports should be provided to this committee. I think that's a minimum. Yes?
Yes, I agree. I think quarterly, I would say monthly. I know that that's a lot of work, but quarterly, by the time we get to the next quarter, whenever you decide whether it's set from today, then 3 months from today, we're heading well into autumn, well into when the budget's going to be put forward. Then we're in budget season when we're setting the budget. Just doesn't feel we'll have enough oversight during that period of time. If we do quarterly, maybe every 2 months, I don't know. I know monthly. I appreciate it's about workload for staff, and I do understand that. But at the same time, this is now urgent. And if we're working with urgency, then I think that probably some things need to be prioritised over others.
Thank you. Councillor Lation?
Just quickly, Chair, I did hear Duncan Sharkey say late October for the first report to government. So a report by the 20th of August as a kind of prologue. And then the first quarterly report, he said, I think late October. I would just implore you to not try to put anything in place that stopped those reports going to executive and from there to government in a timely manner.
Indeed. And I'll come back to that one in a moment as well. Thank you for making that point, Councillor Lation. And then the final thing that we're asked to consider as a key area for potential scrutiny is, are the council's plans sufficiently focused on improving financial sustainability? Well, again, we know that there is a lot of attention, a lot of concern. Is it sufficient? That's something that I think we've still got to carry on working through. We've still got to have some assurance on that. I believe this is our role as critical friends in this committee, is to be not waving something through and saying, "Yeah, that's fine, executive have dealt with it." I think our role is to say we need to continue to be engaged with this process, and all of those concerns that we've just been talking about, which I've just raised, which individual members have been bringing up through this discussion, is, I think, indicative of the fact that we want to help, we want to make a difference, but we're not really sure that we're giving enough to bite on at this stage in order to do that. We recognise the problems. We recognise that leadership sees those problems and difficulties, but we're not quite at the position yet of knowing that we've really got the answers to that. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you again. So you could almost bring all of these back in late October, the exact same ones, and ask us those questions then.
Well,
my concern is with the late October is just that, obviously, as I said, you must be looking at figures in the interim. You'll not be waiting for that date. Even if there was a really basic update report or something that just came to us to show we're on track, we're struggling to get to this. I just think I'm not after really disrupting people's programs, the work that needs to be done. That's the work to be done is more important than telling people about what you're doing. But at the same time, if you're asking us and saying that scrutiny is really important, we've got to have something to feed on.
Right. Well, look, the final point I was going to make, Councillor Trimble, is that this is a process. It's not an event. And I take entirely Councillor Lation's point that what we don't want to do as a scrutiny committee is to grandstand and hold anything up. What we want to do is positively engage in the process to make sure that the outcome is as good as it can be, and that what goes back to government on a regular basis is as robust as it can be. That is our job. That's our role. And I think this morning has been very useful in initiating some of those lines of debate and further discussion. But we need to come back to this, and we need to come back to this regularly, not just in October, but it needs to be part of now more or less our standing agenda, I think.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm sorry, but I do just want to flag, we have an executive meeting on the 7th of October, and we have a scrutiny meeting on the 14th of October. Now, I'm assuming that by the 14th of October, we would have pretty much whatever is going to be submitted to government at the end of October. My concern is obviously we seem to be having scrutiny after executive, which is not ideal, but could we seek a commitment that, I mean, I'm guessing whatever goes to executive on the 7th is what will be going to government? Is that going to be the case?
Yeah, if you're looking for me for an answer, I can't answer that on my own. I think it's a very valid question, and I think it's one, as members, we'll all be asking that.
But I think the point I would make is that from scrutiny's point of view, we don't want to leave it until the meeting in October to say, right, oh, here's the report going to government, let's tear it to pieces. What we want is to be part of the process in informing that report. So therefore, we need to be working for the rest of October, September, and right the way up to that report being finished, don't we, Officer Scrutiny?
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I just moved that a little bit closer. So yeah, completely want to just pick up on the conversation that's been had and the concerns that have been raised. I think the emphasis and apologies, I come to this having been on leave, so I'm on catch up here. I think the emphasis and the purpose of the recommendations here in section 25 is to say this is what the programme should be moving forward. So rather than are you satisfied with all of these things right now, actually what we're doing is we're working in the background to build, to actually bring together that improvement framework that Lizzie talked about earlier, which isn't about an additional bureaucracy layer or additional governance layer. It is about bringing together those areas of work that we've already got in train and making sure that we've got that assurance and that evidence. What I would suggest is that we're right in the midst of kind of bringing that together at the moment, that is maybe something that it would be worth
bringing into this group, into a future committee meeting or a workshop potentially. And then we can move from there. Otherwise, I feel like you're asking us some of the questions that we don't know the answer to yet, because we're in the middle of responding to the notice.
So, look, ladies and gentlemen, I think that that's the position we're in. We've made some specific requests this morning, but I think that the overall picture is one where we are seeking further information, further opportunity to engage, further discussion and debate, with the aim of making sure that the responses that the council is making are as robust as possible. We want to engage in that process, but I don't think today what we can necessarily say is, oh yes, we endorse what's happened already. That's absolutely fine. We don't want to hear about it again for 2 months. I don't think that's where we are. I think it's a whole series of questions which are embodied in Section 25 and in the recommendations, and they need to be posed as continuing questions.
We're not signing off the recommendations then.
Well, I think we are, insofar as we're saying that we've considered those key areas, but for potential scrutiny, we think that they are continuing areas of potential scrutiny, but in those other recommendations, we do not know that they are sufficient or adequate, and that therefore we need to return to them over the course of the coming weeks and months. Councillor Mansell, and then we really must put it to the meeting.
Thank you, and I will say I'm happy with the summing up and process which you've said. I will also say that I do share concern that Dawn has expressed about scrutiny being after executive. I think that's really unfortunate, but I just try and reinforce the point on there. Main thing I wish to say is it is sort of a question, but as I sort of said earlier, it feels to me that there are things that we can learn from others with regard to performance, whether we can make a point about trying to do that, learn from others in areas where we need to.
Yeah, I'm very happy that we specifically capture the learning from other authorities as well. And just to re-emphasise, can we stop using at pace?
Can we really clarify? I see that we've been invited to consider Section 25, but then we're being asked to endorse all those statements.
We're not endorsing them.
We're not.
That is absolutely what we're not endorsing. Yes, absolutely clear. We're not endorsing them. We are saying that they are items for further consideration and discussion, but we cannot at this stage endorse them. Right, I am going to put that to the meeting now. May I see all those? May I see all those in favour of that approach, please? That is unanimous. Joy. Right, I am going now to have a 10-minute break. And we will reconvene at 12:10. Thank you. Okay, so we are now turning to agenda item 7. So that will be found on page. That's 8. It doesn't have. No, it's on. So you may bear with.
Oh,
that's why.
The
supplement. It's the supplement. So good. Agenda item 7. So this is the Building Better Finance, and I will ask Councillor Lation to introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Chair. And again, very briefly, to say that this paper has already been to Audit Committee, and Audit will have the first update on the 27th of this month. And I just want to say this is about all of the council. Although it says Building Better Finance, finance of course is across every bit of the council. And so I know this is something where Nicola Hicks has done an extraordinary amount of work, and I know that there will be a lot more work coming for the finance team. So happy to hand over chair to the 151 or deputy as you see fit. Thank you.
Coming to the deputy.
Officer Hicks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lation. So, yeah, it's really important to note that this is the council's formal response to a lot of internal review work. So there was a lot of workshops held within the finance team and taking feedback from across the organisation in terms of what we were doing well, what we were not doing well at all, or not doing at all, and what we weren't doing so well, as well as kind of feedback we've had from services about the information they get to enable them to do their role as budget holders, and our kind of perception of how they are operating as budget holders, together with the audit findings reports that we were seeing coming through from external audit. So as part of our statement of accounts for 24-25, they obviously came up with a lot of audit findings that detailed a number of items that needed to be addressed throughout the financial statements. Together we had that, and we commissioned CIPFA to come in and do an assessment on the what's called the CIPFA FM code. So we asked them to come in. They didn't come in. We paid them to come in and ask them to give us the assurance around, were we looking at the right things? Had we captured everything? Were we heading in the right direction? That in its entirety came up with 250 points that needed to be addressed. So quite a mammoth task when we first started to look at it. We then took it together and put it into 37 key lines of inquiry. We then put it into 7 strategic themes. Then Appendix B to this report goes through those strategic themes. And as Councillor Lation said, that's looking at themes within finance and across the whole organisation. How do we address some of those needed to be established? So what we're doing for each of those themes, and what we've done over the last couple of months, is go through what is the delivery plan for those, what's the objective, what are the milestones, who's going to be the ownership, and any resources needed. What we've done also is identify where a business case will be required. So a business case will be required where we don't have the skills, capability, or capacity to be able to deliver it without additional support or additional resource. As you'll see in the CIPFA report, one of their highlights is that the finance team are at stretched capacity. And anyone who's been part of audit committee to see the external auditors reports going through there, they also recognise that we're doing our best, and we've done a fundamental amount of achievement that we have done with the financial statements. But in order to address some of the other issues, we have to have some additional support in to do that. So that's what we've been doing over the last couple of months, as well as then putting together the finance thematic boards. So thematic boards may be a term that you're used to hearing through the transformation programme. So as you've heard, ultimately part of this is going to be monitored through the transformation programme through our thematic board, and that is because elements of building better finance should deliver transformation activity. So when we look at efficiencies and how we're using our systems, Clive, as our previous 151, spoke about one version of the truth, to getting everything off of using reliance on several spreadsheets, having one version of that reporting, having self-serve in place for officers, making sure they know the route to financial assurance and financial governance is one element, but also with the systems come when you think about transactions being processed through our finance systems, we should be able to get some of the efficiencies through that. And also when you look at how many environments, how many journals are being processed to address some of the audit findings, those will come with efficiencies. So as we said, we are going to be doing quarterly reporting to audit, and as Councillor Lation said, that the first report is going on the 27th of August. That report will highlight what we've done to date. So remember, this isn't, the improvement plan didn't come in place and we suddenly realised we had all this work to do. We've been doing a number of small elements of it in the pipeline for many months. And so we're going to address the bits of the plan that we've already done, the pipeline of delivery in terms of when we think the start date and the end date for each of the milestones under these themes, under the strategic themes. And then we will report through the audit committee and quarterly reporting, but also report through, currently it's scheduled to report through the transformation programme. So as you will see from the appendices in there, there's quite a lot in there, and a lot will be reliant on some of it will be reliant on the buy-in from the rest of the organisation to help us achieve this, because as we said, it's not just finance tasks here. We are looking at addressing things that need to be addressed across the whole of the council. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Members? Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Chairman. There is a lot of good stuff in here. I particularly like the reach down through layers of management, both in terms of providing them with better training, aiming for better process compliance and so on. These are all exactly what I had hoped. What is being done at the bottom level of the organisation, individual members of staff, to empower them to firstly comply with their budget, and also to bring them into a culture of seeking best value and we had a lengthy conversation about that earlier. Seeking to actually self-improve, better than meeting the budget. You know, what's being done right down at the worker bee level, because a lot of this talks about departmental managers, directors, accountability of managers and directors, and actually what you really want with a cultural change is self-accountability. So it becomes a matter of personal pride that your bit of the ship couldn't have been done any better. What are you doing down at that level?
So we've already done budget holder training. So everyone who is on our financial system in terms of holding a budget has had training in terms of value for money, decision making, procurement, all of those areas that we would hope that they would focus on, making sure that they've got commitments. Through this, we try and plug the purchase order compliance, which I know is a hot topic through the quarterly budget monitoring. So we try and get all of those in, as well as making sure that people are adhering to the financial procedure rules in terms of the decisions they're making. I think we've got further work to do, and as you say, some of it is around that culture piece and understanding the impact that they have on that overall directorate's financial position. And I know Lizzie's planning to do some work through the staff Q&A sessions as a whole in terms of kind of where we are as a council in our financial position, and we will continue to do some of those engagement sessions across the whole of the council. I think what I'm trying to do to get the buy-in for building better finance, certainly within the finance team, is try and get everyone into a workshop of some kind where they feel like they can be part of it to design what the future may look like. And I think when people feel like they're listened to and heard, we get more buy-in to deliver on some of that. I don't know if Lizzie, do you want to add?
Officer Watkin.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Nicola, in terms of the comments and the setting out the work that we are doing across council. There is something really important to me as the 151 for the council, that actually everybody knows me, everybody knows that face, everybody knows my narrative, my expectations. You will have got a flavour of me today already in terms of I say things straight and I say things from my perspective, my view, what my opinion is of things. I will be honest to staff in terms of what that view is, what work lies ahead, that these things are not going to be easy for us in terms of some of those aspects, and reminding everybody in terms of everybody has a responsibility in terms of action or inaction and the consequences of that when you are an employed officer of the council. So there are some of those type of messages that I will be, reaching out and saying. I do expect to talk at every staff Q&A session, all of the opportunities where we do all of that engagement with everybody. What I also do is reach out to my own teams, so they see me, they have access to me, they can then come and say, actually, I've seen this, or I know about that. I then need to take personal action associated with that as well, because it's really important that people just don't feed into me, that they actually know that I'm going to do something with what is being said, even if it's a red herring or, something isn't quite right. I'll need to give them feedback, and it's that ownership and responsibility for me in the organisation that is absolutely critical for me as a professional, but also on a personal level as well. So I'm hoping that that type of narrative becomes something that we just talk about. It's part of our business. We are all grown-ups. We've all signed contracts to work. We all have responsibilities. And it's that type of conversation that I have with people.
Councillor Seeb, you want to come back?
Yes, the one thing that worries me a little bit about, because it might be a gap through which I, in your answer, through which I could arrange a coach and horses, is it's fine if your budget is relatively confined relative to the number of people working on the budget. You can have a dilution of personal responsibility if you've got 100 people spending the same budget, and you may well have one budget manager, but ideally you want relatively small groups of people so that individual differences are apparent, and it's not just, you know, that'll be all right, it'll get lost in the mass. I haven't heard anything about guidance on the size of accountability.
Size doesn't make any difference. Everybody contributes to the overall position of the council. The small spend adds up, you know, large spend. Everybody needs to understand that every decision they make, there is a consequence and they're responsible for that. So I wouldn't want to then differentiate in terms of, you know, value, scale, scope. When you're looking at wider reaching services, or where they've got, you know, potentially hundreds of people that are involved in that, it is then about the culture and behaviours, setting out the expectations, dealing with performance management where things do go wrong, because things do go wrong, but also in that positive way about actually what more do we need to do to allow people to do their jobs really effectively, so that it's not just a simple one answer. There's a whole myriad of things that we need to be ensuring that people have got the tools, the skills, experience, you know, the knowledge, the understanding across the piece. That isn't just my responsibility as Section 151. Everybody in the organisation has a responsibility to look out for everybody that's in their tier of responsibility, but also looking to their peers and openly challenging, having those honest conversations with one another as well. We've got to, from my perspective, do that shift just to be more open and honest with these conversations, because that's where you start driving those cultural changes in a much more open way.
Chairman, I just want to challenge that. I agree financially. I agree absolutely the facts of what you've said. It's just that there is a well-known psychological issue of, if you have a large group of people, there's less pressure on the individual at any given instant to act individually correctly, because their actions will be diluted in the group. So whilst the manager is looking at a budget being spent by 100 people, individually you may have 3 or 4 people who go, oh well, it'll be all right, it's only one, only 3 of them have done that on the same day, and suddenly you're over for the month. And you know, it's that individual challenge to yourself as a person is improved if you're in smaller groups. So typically large budgets in other organisations are split into more specific sub-budgets and areas and handed to teams of 5, 6 or 7 people, not a team of 200. Have we got that personal accountability and the personal feedback that will mean that the personal responsibility and the self-challenge is happening?
So again, that's about consistency of messaging. I need to be the one setting that message for the organisation so they hear it from me. I need to make sure then that I have confidence that that message is cascading in the way that it absolutely has to, in terms of that individual accountability for action or inaction. And I've got confidence then that where things aren't happening correctly, they're being managed. But there is something about peers also able to do that between themselves across the teams, and making sure that we're all lifting that kind of behaviour to where it needs to be in terms of that accountability. Every single officer has a responsibility in that. Yes, an organisation that has this many staff, it is difficult to check in terms of consistency, but we are still all responsible for doing that. So I'm not saying it's something that, you know, is, you know, a serious thing to fix, but it is very difficult to be able to do at the scale that we need to. My current view is it does need to be done, and I'm hoping that my narrative is the start of that particular change.
Thank you. And can we all say that we can quite clearly see the wisdom and foresight now of Officer Watkin, because she's brought her own individual fan. which says an awful lot about us. Well done. Councillor Filmer.
Thanks, Chair. It was just from the presentation that was given, obviously the mention was made of capacity within the system to bring in these improvements, and I'm just looking for that reassurance that you believe that officers do have the capacity to actually, in effect, raise their eyes a little bit from the day job, where we're putting pressure on them to do business as usual, we're putting pressure on them to deal with the budget issues that we've got, and then we're looking to them also to reform. I think this is really good paper, and I think it's heading in the right direction. It's just I'd like that reassurance that you think the capacity is there, and if there isn't capacity, that we're doing something to create that capacity to help make it happen, rather than just continually add pressure on people to the point where they get to breaking point.
Yeah, absolutely. And as an organisation, you know, week 3 in, I do see that there is an awful lot of tension in terms of that capacity and everybody being very busy. My question is it the right type of busy? And how do we as senior leaders and senior managers make sure then that people are really clear in terms of that prioritisation? We have to give people permission to stop doing some stuff that isn't a priority. And that's really important. And they need to be actually told that they are given permission to stop doing that. It's their responsibility to flag what the impacts are of those type of things, absolutely. But we have a responsibility as leaders and managers to absolutely do that. They're empowered to make certain decisions about some of those priorities, but again, there has to be a way of cascading things down, but also then escalating up where we know that there might be issues. There will be a need for certain additional resources as we go through this Building Better Finance programme. Nicola's already said that there will be further business cases required where we do need that additional resource. And it isn't just about capacity. Sometimes it's about particular niche expertise in certain areas for delivery of certain things as well. So we will be doing that assessment and making sure we do that. Nicola and I have been also talking about actually what does a structure need to look like? Have we got the right capacity in all of the disciplines? Because finance is very wide ranging as a service area, and we support the organisation in terms of all of their responsibilities. So we've got to make sure that we've got all of that there. So it is a huge programme of works. We will need additional capacity in certain areas. At the moment, we haven't actually got all of it identified, but we will bring forward where we need that. There's a risk that if we end up wanting to take savings out, that actually be taken too soon. Back to Councillor Lachon's comment in terms of you've got to make sure that you've got confidence to deliver. We've got to get ourselves back in terms of steady state, a balanced budget, know where we're at, and strong financial management across the organisation before we can then say, actually, this is now what we need to do in terms of releasing some of that stuff as well.
Okay. Councillor Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. On page 10 of the supplement, so HR workforce implications, and from 24 to 26, so building better finance programming includes key lines of inquiry related to finance resilience. So listed in there, we've got skills, capability, development, succession planning, and strengthening business partnering capacity. So my question is basically around, because we're talking about the culture here, or the working culture. What are we actually, I mean, there's a lot of good words in here, but what are we actually doing about the succession training, planning, and the skills necessary to sort of drive these savings, these measures forward? That's one part of it. And 25, it says that there are no immediate HR implications arising from the covering report, as it does not in itself approve any specific changes. So obviously those changes would be done in conjunction with the HR department, but really they should be working, in my opinion, more closely together, especially for development of these skills, succession training, especially succession training, because as we've seen with transformation and the number of staff that we've lost over a period of time, some very specific skills and knowledge is gone with that. So what are we doing to try and strengthen all of that at this moment in time? I think, yeah, that's it for the moment. I might want to come back later, Chair, if I can. Thank you.
Officer Hicks.
So as many of you will be aware, I came into the council in 1998 as a trainee. And so I'm a real advocate for growing our own. And I think some of our structure at the minute lacks the apprenticeships routes, lacks the development for allowing people to go up through the different levels of finance to get towards the top. So that's one of the things we want to look at, is how do we build that into any proposed structure within finance. I think for all of finance, as Lizzie's mentioned, we need to look at whether people are doing the right things, but also have they got the tools to enable them to do their job in the most efficient way. As a result of the last restructure, I would say we've ended up with some people that haven't got updated job descriptions. So I think we need to have a look at that, and are they carrying out the right duties that we need for this organisation now? So that will probably form part of a separate business case. So that's why at the moment there's no immediate HR implications, because a business case will come forward to have a look at, do we want to amend, do members support amending the structure and target operating model for finance, so that we can have a look at that to make sure we are building in that capability and capacity into the organisation to be able to deliver a financially sustainable council.
Might just come back on that, thank you. So finally, where with retention, where are we with retaining those skills that we have within the organisation at the moment? Are we losing more than we're gaining, or are we retaining people? Thank you.
I'd say it's slightly mixed, just because I had a resignation last week, so slightly of someone I was hoping not to lose. So slightly mixed at the minute, but I would say what we're struggling to recruit would be our message. So we've got a number of business partnering roles vacant, which are having to be covered by interims, just because despite going out several times to try to recruit, we can't. And I'm not sure whether that is solely related to the salary attached to each of those roles through our job evaluation scheme. I think some of it is around the reputation of Somerset potentially out there in the market. Local government finance is a very small world, and that's something that Lizzie and I need to build on to get the message out there. Things like the LinkedIn posts around how we've done with our statement of accounts, so really will help plug where Somerset are and the fact that we are making a difference and we're heading in the right direction to try and help that recruitment and retention.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for the report, as always, well written. I just want to raise a couple of things. So under the financial implications, it says that building better finance does not assume immediate cashable savings, but creates the conditions for sustainable savings through better control, automation and decision making. And then it goes on to say that there are no procurement implications arising from the report. Now that slightly concerns me, because I know we've discussed procurement concerns at many of the meetings, and I understand that it does say that individual work streams will be assessed and what have you, but I would have expected to see that procurement would be part of building better finance in some way, shape or form. So that was my first point. The second was, I just wanted clarity on who is involved in the, is it the finance thematic board? Who's on that board? Is it just financial people, or service directors involved in that? And I see that that's going to be incorporated back to us through inspiring innovation transformation reports. I think I've understood that right. But if that's the case, are we going to get a specific, rather than it just being incorporated in a generic report, are we going to get something specific to building better finance reported back to us? Thank you.
Okay, so take those in orders at the minute. So procurement, in regards to this report, they're very much included in the building better finance in terms of looking at their ways of working, their capacity, their capability. But I think in terms of how this is written in this report is about the implications of you agreeing or noting this report today. There are no procurement implications of you doing that. So it's not that they're not included. It's the fact that in relation to this, in terms of if we were asking for money, those would be the financial implications. A bit like if we were asking to go out to procurement, that would be the implication. So there's none as part of that. In terms of the finance thematic board, that is chaired by our SRO, which is Lizzie, attended by everyone, the heads of service within finance and procurement at the moment, as well as supported through our transformation governance framework. So we have on there the HR transformation business partner, the transformation business partner, I think they're called, Sue. So and currently the program lead, is that her name, Lou's lead, program lead, attend as well. What we are doing through that is monitoring the actions and progress of the program, produced then for the highlight report to go to the Inspiring Innovation Board, which is then the route up through to ELT and through up to members who are part of the Inspiring Innovation Assurance Board. The separate reporting at the moment is, as we said, the report is due to go to Audit Committee in August. That's a very much more detailed report. It's not a highlight report. It actually goes through each of the strategic themes and gives a progress report in terms of where they are, a bit like how we monitor the auditor's annual recommendations that come out of that report. We're kind of mirroring the same style of reporting where they have a progress summary with a cover report which will go through the progress to date or any implications, any barriers that we're facing. At the moment, that's not scheduled to come here as a separate report.
So, I mean, just hearing there as you speak of all the different boards, and I'm trying to assimilate in my mind how they are not duplicating, or how they are not, what the differences are between the work that is taking place on all the various boards, and where that all comes together. And I think I'm still right in saying it will come to this scrutiny as part of Inspiring Innovation.
Yes.
But I just, are you confident that there's no duplication in any of those boards that are operating?
We're currently in discussions about whether the entirety of the Building Better Finance Plan needs to be monitored through the Inspiring Innovation route, especially as it's being monitored through the Audit Committee in its entirety. I think what it is because when we talk about needing to deliver some elements of the improvement plan, which will ultimately, hopefully, deliver transformation activity, that's fundamental that we have those going through the Inspiring Innovation Board so that we're monitoring all of our transformation activity at one, because it's important to capture the impacts that our work is having across the organisation and making sure that we're not duplicating, we're not meeting any barriers in terms of expecting teams to do this as well as this in the same time. And that's kind of where that governance is needed. But I think one thing we're looking at the minute is, do we pick out those individual business cases from the Building Better Finance and put them through rather than the whole entirety of the programme? And I think through our reporting, through the highlighting, that will ensure that we do keep the focus on the ones where we've requested funding and are hoping to deliver transformation, whereas I see the role of audit is making sure that we are getting the buy-in and the support across the organisation to improve financial management and governance across the organisation.
And in relation to the previous agenda item, which we discussed at length, how will you interact with that process?
That was very interesting when I saw the draft that was put together for what was included in the Best Value Action Plan, because I actually said, you're duplicating a lot of what's in the Building Better Finance. So I know Sarah's been working on it this week to have a look at how do we actually get that assurance piece, but referring back to those programs, those action plans that were already in place. Because like you say, officer capacity is very limited. When we start duplicating our reporting or having multiple plans that we need to report on, we need to be more synced in the way that we're reporting. So I know you've been working on that. So do you want to add?
Yeah, no, thank you, Nikki. So I think it's really important. So when we talked earlier in the meeting around that improvement framework, the risk or the tendency might be to say, oh, we need another framework, as opposed to what the best value notice is really saying is we want to understand that these are integrated. We want to understand that you've got oversight, but what we don't want to do is layer this in. So what we've been working on literally the last 2 days is actually making sure that that improvement framework draws from the programs that already exist. What it's not doing is creating additional boards. And when we come on to the inspiring innovation item a bit later, and of course all of these things are linked, we can go through the governance in a little bit more detail if you like, so we can talk about that.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. And I think probably this paper plus the previous paper are probably two of the more or most important papers that we are going to be considering in terms of future direction, stability, resilience of the council. My question is basically, and I think there are concerns that you still have to bring forward additional business cases, and that obviously comes with risk. It does feel a little bit like we're trying to do everything everywhere all at once. Now, a film of that title did win an Oscar. Unfortunately, the local authority that's trying to do this has got slapped with the best value notice. So, and we are where we are. So my question would be, building better finance, there's 37 key lines of inquiry, condensing down into 7 themes. And that programme is going to run for the next 2 years, plus or minus a couple of months till June 28. But we've still got to establish detailed resources, etc. How can we be satisfied, or how can you satisfy Scrutiny at this stage that the programme is realistically deliverable alongside the council's existing financial pressures, which are not inconsiderable, and wider transformation programmes? And what will be deprioritised if you don't have sufficient capacity? And how will you decide what is going to be deprioritised? That's my first part. And the second bit as well is that it seems as though some of the fundamentals, including the baseline assessments of finance workload, system skills, they're not being treated as immediate prerequisites, which I think is what you would have expected. But yet the communication piece of work, stakeholder work, is actually one of the first things you're hoping to do by January 2027. Have we got the balance right?
So firstly, I think there's a number of improvements that can be made. As I said, that we're already in pipeline, that we're already in the progress of delivering. So I think when you start to see the updates come through, you'll see some things start to be marked off as completed. I think there's some things that are quite easy, I say that in inverted commas, for Lizzie and I to implement across quite quickly. So hopefully we can tick some of those off. My concern is around the ones where we are potentially going to affect the whole organisation. When you talk about end-to-end financial transactions across the whole authority, at the minute, we need to do a lot of data analytics around what is happening with finance data across each of the individual teams. And that's where certainly we won't be able to do that on our own. Now, whether that will involve needing a transformation partner to help us deliver on that, or whether it will involve just us identifying extra resources that we could bring in, data analytics, systems people, to look at end-to-end processes. That's what part of the business cases are, to identify that. I don't for 1 minute think that the funding that's already been agreed as part of the urgent work that was needed to address the audit findings from 24-25, I don't think that's going to be the only funding that is going to be required to deliver on this programme. And so I think that's where we're frantically at the minute trying to analyse through each of those 37 items. What's the start date? What's the end date? Is there a business case required? Is it a quick win? So we can kind of assess, like you say, if some things do have to be pushed because we simply can't deliver it all at once, then we can have that priority order about the impact across the organisation and how we get it. Things like, for instance, one of them in there is strengthening in our financial regulations. We've already got those in draft. What I need to do is spend some time with Lizzie going through them, and then we need to follow the governance route to get those approved through the normal member route. But I mean, that where I would be hopeful by January 27 we can achieve that.
Can I just come back, Chair? Because again, you were sort of saying about, we've completed this action, which is fine, but does it actually deliver an outcome in terms of the savings that transformation is expected to deliver, that is going to be underpinned by your work? That's my first thing. And I've actually got a real concern about the impact on the human resources here, that it seems to me that we're asking yet more of finance, adding on top of what it's already doing. What steps are going to be taken to, I guess, look after your team? You've already told us that you've had one resignation last week of somebody who you'd rather not lose. So how are we going to sort of, in effect, protect the team and the people doing this so they actually stay with us and we don't overload them and they decide that actually life could be a lot easier doing something else?
So the resignation wasn't with regards to they didn't want to work here anymore and they were at their wits' end with their role. They're disappointed to be leaving, but they had a fantastic opportunity that I actually said, I agree, that is a fantastic opportunity and you need to take it. As gutted as I am, I like to see people go on and develop and take opportunities when they arise. It's more the fact I'm going to have a big hole there. I think I am trying to protect the team in terms of when I say about the business cases and bringing in extra capacity where we need it. So I haven't said, if you don't ask, you don't get. So if you think that we need additional resources, you need to identify that. But I think at the minute, some of the work is so big, we can't quantify that. And we need to do a bit of the analytical work to be able to quantify what's needed. And I think we've already started all of the team has started filling in what they call a navigator tool to look at, have they got the right tools to enable them to do their job? Are they utilizing all of the software and access to all of the what they called software apps? Are they utilizing all of those in the most efficient way to allow them to free up time? What we've also done is got each of them to do an activity analysis so we can actually see where they are spending their time. That will give us our areas of focus of how do we free up capacity, because we're going to focus on those area of time. So one that came in quite strongly was a lot of the finance team are spending a significant amount of time responding to emails. How do we try and make sure that we're publishing enough data out there to mean that the data is there, that the budget holders have got that information so that they're not having to email in to ask the information? That's why one of the focuses has been on trying to get self-serve as much as possible so that they have that information to their fingertips without having to come and rely on the finance team to provide that. And I think those are areas that will help free up capacity. That said, obviously we will address that. And I think more I'm worried is when we talk about capacity is across the whole organisation, because we are asking the organisation to deliver on savings plans, deliver on transformation, and there's only a finite amount of resource.
Hence the question about priorities is, at what point do you focus a little bit more perhaps and identify the things you're really going to focus on? But my final question is, we have a contract with Newton that's worth £20 million. I know there was quite a bit of correspondence in the press on this subject. How's Newton going to fit in? What are they going to do to help you? Because you did refer to transformation partners. So is that still going to be Newton for this work, or are you going to be looking to other partners?
So at the moment, Newton are not engaged in terms of helping us deliver any elements of building better finance. They're keeping a watching eye for some of the other things that they've been looking at, such as the supplier value optimization that with third-party spend that they were looking at in terms of whether there was anything there in terms of end-to-end from procurement to pay. So they've been kind of looking at that, but at the minute they're not in that space. When I talk about do we need some help, is that still to be quantified, and I'm not sure at this current time. And I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to deliver everything across the organisation in the time span that we want to, because as I said, we also need to look at their priorities and how we fit in with them. But we're in that space.
You mentioned third-party spend. You meant, sorry, Stephen, you mentioned that And it was something that was raised and was talked about at the Waves workshop. And that particular piece of work hasn't come forward yet. So when do you anticipate the business case for that coming forward? Because it sounds like it's a pretty critical one.
I'll take that one because we've actually put that programme on pause at the moment. I'm not sure you're aware that we've got a new head of procurement. So recently appointed, and we've got to get the balance right in terms of her being able to scope and shape what she wants or what she thinks as a professional is needed in the organisation. So I am giving her some time to be able to do some elements, but I've also charged her with the consideration of where Newton as a transformation partner could actually help her in terms of capacity, in terms of expertise, where they've done something in the past that actually we might be able to benefit from really quickly. I'm really keen to make sure that we have a kind of a forward view of our kind of procurement pipeline. So what's coming up, what contracts are coming up, where could there be opportunities? But again, we can only then work with the services whose contracts they are to say, actually, can we do things differently? And it isn't just about going through a procurement process. There are many different models associated with service delivery or getting those services or goods in that we need to be considering. Is it the right thing for us at the right time? What does it mean in terms of risk, service delivery, alongside all the other transformation that are in service, and the financials and legal aspects of those, to make sure then that we are optimising the right decisions at the right time, and we're not faced with we've got to do this in the next 3 months. We don't really have a choice. So trying to get some of that forward looking, but it's paused in its original scope because we need to define exactly where we get the best benefit from a transformation partner.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have an indicative time scale of when we're going to have a look at it, please?
So head of procurement's got a month to be able to kind of do that scoping, and then we will then take that into our kind of programme management processes to make sure then that we're really clear.
Thank you very much. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you. And it may be you, it may be Lizzie, I don't know. It may be somebody completely different. It may be Liz as well. I always worry about my finance questions because it's not my, area. And I always admire, your story of coming into this as a young person and growing through that system. And I totally agree. I think it's absolutely the best way for people to develop in that kind of world of work. So I welcome anything we can do to attract those young college leavers coming into doing apprenticeships or anything like that. And I hope that we have some schemes like that running or in the planning. But I never did anything like it. So my questions are based on page 17. So there's the ORG 009, medium term financial sustainability. I just feel my questions are always so basic. So we've got the possibility, or this is scoring the failure of the council to achieve and maintain financial sustainability over the medium term. Now we've got an inherent risk score, which I believe would be 25, and the current risk score is also the same, but the target risk score I think might be 15, but 16. So it's kind of in that yellow zone. And so what I wanted to know was, do you have a date that you want to reach that target, and what would it look like to us as a public? What will people see that we're not seeing now? That's my first question. Then I have another short one.
Okay, so I think this is more in relation to, are we able to set a balanced budget without the reliance on exceptional financial support? And can we show resilience that we can set a balanced budget over our medium-term financial plan when we talk about years 1 to 5? So at the minute, you will have seen from the budget setting reports that we've still got a gap in those years that we are trying to address. I don't think we're going to really get to this target until we start to address that gap.
Okay, that's fair enough. So at the moment, that current risk score is ongoing. And I guess what we'd be looking at, though, is that changing budget setting.
Yes.
Fair enough. Right. And then on page 24, Let's see if I can find the right page because it's different on my number. So you've got this lovely, it's like a children's wall decoration that shows the different stars and what they equate to. Now it gives a time frame beneath that for getting to 2, 3, 4 stars, etc. And I wondered whether it assesses our actions or our position, although I think our actions will affect the position, but obviously you can have like with the pooled funding for learning disabilities, things that come from outside that we don't have any control of. So will that hold us back? Would that pull us down or not? And what is the difference between the stars, the best value notice, and the auditor's recommendations stroke red flags? Because to me, I feel like if one goes in the right direction, they all go in the right direction. Am I right in thinking that?
So I'll give it a go, and then I'll let Lizzie come in because I know she likes this area of it as well. So I think you're right in terms of, I think our actions will then denote where we end up with our stars. And when you talk about what was mentioned earlier around the LD pool budget, it's not so much the factor, it's about our response to that. How do we deal with it as a council? What is our resilience? How would we address it? How do we control the mitigation actions against that? And how do we work as a team to deliver on that? Because when you think about the CIPFA report, and this is very much their diagram, this is around financial governance and management across the whole authority. So it's kind of our response to that. I would say I don't know of any other local authority that's ever reached a 5-star. So there's no other authority that's a 5-star. I think we would be landing in a really good average place if we came to a 3-star. So our vision is to get from 1-star to 3-star. I think if you'd have asked me on day one of starting this role where we were in a star, I'd be in the minuses, if I'm honest, just in terms of what we walked into in terms of bringing the 5 councils into one, the fact that we were dealing with a new financial management system, kind of, you know, all of those issues that you would have seen we were trying to deal with at that time. I feel like we probably would have been in the minus camp. So I think we've done really well to get to where we are as a 1-star, but we do need to address all of these issues in the action plan to enable us to get to the 3-star. And some of it is around addressing Councillor Osborne's point around our capacity to be able to get there. I think our capacity and how we do it and come together as a council to deliver on that will affect the timeline. Can we do it in 18 to 36 months so that if CIPFA came back that they would do that? What we can do along the way is do our own self-assessment. So actually what we've done in previous years was we get the checklist and we can go through where we think we are as an authority. So we can be keeping a check on that as we go along before they might come back and we might commission them to do an assessment. And that's something Lizzie and I have discussed. I don't know if you want to add to it, Lizzie.
If you don't mind, Chair, just another minute or so. So the question about how does all of what we've seen and heard actually all fit together. So if we deliver one element, it doesn't mean that every other element is going to be in that assessment of being good or, you know, something like that, because some of them are tackling some very significant deficiencies, weaknesses across the organisation. So, as I said earlier, I'm not expecting the external auditor's statutory recommendations to be lifted until we can evidence not only can we set a balanced budget, but we've got a balanced budget over the medium term and we have delivered to that. So that will, and without EFS or significant use of one-off resources. So we could set a budget and it could be balanced in February and we go, right, okay, but we've got to evidence that we can deliver to that because it's got to be reasonable and deliverable before we can then say, okay. So I'm not expecting some of these things to actually be resolved until, you know, maybe February 20, where are we now, 28, if not even slightly later than that in terms of ensuring that we've got the outturn position and really know where we're at in terms of that. So the statutory recommendations are very significant. You've got obviously this assessment here, but an awful lot of the assessment here from CIPFA is our own internal mechanisms, how we deal with some of these aspects, but also how do we take responsibility for taking action, because we are in a sector that has many external influences and sometimes things happen that we would never have been able to foresee. but we still have a responsibility to react and take action to be able to manage the consequences of that. So COVID is, a fun example of that. What on earth does that look like? Right, we just need to then manage the consequences of that in terms of our service delivery. So it is a very complex kind of piece, but it all does hang together in terms of we're going to go back to that culture, behaviours, good financial management, understanding action and inaction, the consequences, and ensuring that we are having the impact and making the difference that we need to.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stanton.
There's a bit of internal inconsistency actually in these stars, because two star on the diagram says basic financial management rather than supporting performance improvement. And yet we're doing a lot of performance improvement, have been for years and been talking about it. So they're kind of slightly conflicting criteria. Anyway, I was going to ask about procurement, but I'm not, because Dawn already asked it and it was answered.
Well, that's what we like. Somebody that recognises that a question has already been posed and they don't need to repeat it. So uncommon in council circles. Can I just ask about page 98, 99, and indeed 96, 97? If you're not, well, anyway, it's the key lines of inquiry and milestones. So the first is budget forecasting and financial planning discipline, and then systems, processes and efficiency enablement. And they're both to be completed by the end of June 2028. Bearing in mind now the added complication of the best value notice, is that really sustainable? Should we be looking at trying to accelerate that?
So that is the end date for which all of it would be completed, and we would feel that it was embedded enough that we could monitor our progress of the impact that that's had. There are individual elements of that will be completed a lot sooner. So I think when you see the first,
that wasn't a Freudian slip, Officer Dixon.
Obviously you need some lunch. I think when you see the first quarterly update that goes to audit committee, I've broken it down into much more detail. So for each of the Chloe references, you will see the start and the end date. I think that'll give you some assurance that not all of it is going to wait until the latter part of June 28. Okay. There'll be large elements of it completed before, but I think where we talk about end to end across the whole of the council, it's much larger and we might not be able to get that.
Okay, thank you. That's reassuring. Thank you. Right, I don't see any other hands from committee members. So the recommendations that you will see on page 4 of the report. First is noting context, scope and purpose. And the second is supporting the proposed approach. And the third is providing any other comments. And I think one comment that I think is been fairly generally raised is making sure that there is buy-in to the programme from all levels of staff and right the way across the authority as a whole. I think that is an important point that we do need to emphasise. Are you happy with those recommendations, ladies and gentlemen? May I see all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Officer Hicks and Officer Watkin, for that very comprehensive report. So we'll move on, if we may, to agenda item 8, Inspiring Innovation Quarterly Update, and I will invite Councillor Butterphillip to introduce this item, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. The report in front of you outlines the progress made and the issues faced by the Council's transformation programme over the first quarter of 2026-27, April to June. The successful delivery of the whole Council transformation programme is critical to the Council's short, medium and long-term financial sustainability. Transformation activity needs to keep pace with what is needed to keep the finances sustainable. This council has delivered enormous savings over the past few years through service savings, workforce programmes and through transformation. The council has put significant investment into transformation over recent years, in particular in the area of adults with My Life, My Future and with the Wave 1 programmes reported on here. Last week, the executive agreed to a significant programme of transformation in the sphere of children's services, as members are aware. We're also bringing forward further Wave 2 initiatives, which will further reduce the budget gap in the coming weeks and months. In a previous agenda item, we talked a lot about the pace of transformation, and we need to ask ourselves within that, have the individual elements delivered according to the agreed timetable? But also, are we bringing forward enough initiatives quickly enough to give us a reasonable chance of delivering what is needed? And that is my biggest concern. And then we have to ask ourselves, has the whole programme delivered as much as we want it to and need it to quickly enough? The answer to that will likely be no, until we have a fully balanced budget, though I must stress that the transformation programme alone has never been expected to close the whole of our financial gap. In a previous item, the issue of culture was brought up a number of times, and as members will remember, one of the first pieces of work we commissioned our strategic partner to do was on the council's culture. As the report says, over 1,800 colleagues have recently taken part in the cultural discovery element using our AI agent Sam, Somerset and me, and conducted over 260 hours of conversation. Our Elevate Leadership and Management programme, also part of the cultural work, is now being rolled out to over 820 managers across the council. We still have an enormous amount of work to do, that's unarguable. The cultural work needs to continue, the Wave 1 and 2 initiatives need to deliver and continue to deliver, and we need to continue to bring forward the pipeline of further transformation initiatives as part of the wider programme. But Q1 report makes clear that we are moving from the discovery and planning phase into the delivery phase, and we are continuing to see results. I will now hand over to Sarah Scrutiny, who will take us through the report.
Thank you, Theo. Thank you, Chair. So yeah, as Theo said, this report provides the Q1, so that is April to June, update on inspiring innovation. For me, key message, as Theo's just outlined, is that Q1 was a really important shift for the programme from mobilisation, strategic partner, the discovery work or diagnostic, as you've heard it called, and business case development into delivery of our Wave 1 projects and a real focus on benefits realisation approach and how we measure our impact. So put simply, this is about being focused on demonstrating value and impact. And I think that is a theme through the whole of this meeting. That's important in its own right, of course, but particularly important in the context of the best value improvement notice. So I think we've said this, but we need to show not just that we have plans in place, but those plans are translating into real improvements for residents and better value for money. The report you have in front of you shows progress across the portfolio of transformation activity with early evidence of benefits emerging in a number of areas. It also shows, I think, greater transparency as well about those programmes where we need recovery action or additional focus is needed. And I would particularly draw members' attention to the delivery summary table on page 109, which provides an overview of project delivery. I also want to mention at this point about how important it is that we create an environment where people are honest about their red, amber, green status reporting. What we're doing in this report is we have an overall what we call a RAG status for projects. And if there's any red or amber items in the project, that then actually influences the overall RAG. It's really important to say that it shows a healthy programme when you do have red or amber. If everything was green, I'd be worried. We don't want people to present false green positions. You might have heard it called a watermelon So green on the outside and red on the inside. That's not what we want. We want escalation to be encouraged, not avoided, so that we can tackle things early and set a credible pathway back to green. One of the things that would be important for this committee, and one of the things that our Inspiring Innovation Board is focusing on, is what are the clear pathways back to green, and are they impacting? So at that table, actually, we did have the Inspiring Innovation Board meeting earlier this week, and a number of items that were showing red in the June report, which is the one that you've got here, have moved to green. So demonstrating that some of those pathways are working. That's so. Whilst there is still much more to do, I know that something that we've been talking about today is those measures and those KPIs. You'll see from the table that we have got KPIs in some areas, but not all. That is absolutely a focus of where we are at the moment. Some of those areas, it means that the KPI we're currently working to is the financial one only. And what we need to make sure is that what we are clear about is what the outcome and the impact and value is for people or for the organisation if it's an internally focused piece of work. I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the progress, very conscious of time, and then welcome committee's questions and challenge. I also want to address some of the areas that have come up during the conversation earlier. Again, recognising that these things are all interlinked. So just again, pulling from the table, the Reducing Homelessness programme has moved to green and is already demonstrating evidence of reduced temporary accommodation costs. So that one has got, that's got KPIs with it, and we can see those moving. So that prevention activity is starting to translate into that financial, lowering that financial pressure. Obviously, long way to go on that, very, very early days. In terms of children's transformation, Theo mentioned around the executive decision for the children's programme, My World, My Tomorrow. It's really important to note that the proof of concept, if you recall, we started with a proof of concept in wave one, that has identified £500,000 worth of financial benefits that weren't on this table, so that's additional to that. I know this committee is really interested in the work that we do around AI, so wanted to highlight, I know this is in the report, the 55.3% reduced drafting time for our EHCPs. So this is a practical example of AI supporting frontline services. Again, I want to stress here, this is not about decision making, this is about pulling information together, but this is freeing up our frontline staff, our professional staff, to focus on those higher value activities. Again, and Nikki may want to come on this, but the Revs and Bens project is at completion.
Near completion.
Near completion, all highlighted green on the highlight report. So I wanted to pick out that one as well. Anything else you wanted to?
No, so the final migration was done to get them onto one platform. We just got a little bit of reconciliation that we're just carrying out. Now the team are dealing with the significant backlog of documents that you can imagine have been stored up while we've had no system downtime. So, but they are making a remarkable amount of traction with that. As we started with the new system back up and running, we had 30,000 documents in waiting. They managed to clear 7,000 in 1 week. So we've got additional NEC support in. So if you do hear rumblings around people not getting timely correspondence out of our council tax team, that is why at the minute, but we have got additional resources in place to try and address it as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Also we've talked a little bit about third party spend. Know that there's work on that, but just to say again, the proof of concept identified between £500,000 and £750,000 million of potential expenditure reduction opportunities. As Lizzie said earlier, this is dependent on then that being able to be built into service budgets, but wanted to highlight some of these areas. Also, we talked about a lot earlier around culture, and really welcome this committee's interest and support for and recognition of the importance of cultural change in both the transformation, but also the financial sustainability of the council. That is part of the Inspiring Innovation Programme and could be a focus of a future scrutiny workshop in terms of getting it under the skin a little bit more about what we're doing in that culture space. Also wanted to just pick up on the governance. So on page 123, you can see the governance diagram, very live conversation, this one, because of the kind of determination, the commitment to streamline as many boards as we can. So it does give you an overview. Expect things to change. So we are not keeping things static. Just because we've set something up doesn't mean we set it up forever. What we're doing is we're trying to be more dynamic around what are the governance arrangements we need to deliver for the council and for Somerset. I'd also just point you to the Wave 2 table on page 114. So Nikki mentioned earlier the Navigator tool, which is part of our service and process redesign, which is about identifying wasted time in our processes and actually using some of the technology that's already available to us to speed up and automate some of the things that we do every day, therefore freeing up staff capacity. Again, and also I wanted to pick up on the planning system, place-based system work, as that is part of Wave 2. And just to update on that, there has been soft market testing, as we mentioned in the previous report, and we're now working on a business case which will seek approval to commence full procurement. That's being prepared right now. The current time frame on that is looking to the October Inspiring Innovation Board. So that's a kind of quick dash through some of the kind of key areas here, but over to the committee now for questions.
Thank you very much. Could I just clarify, on the table on page 109, a number of the projects don't have any financial benefit profile set against them.
Yeah, so there will be, so if we look down that table, so if we get to the Families First Partnership is the first one, that's the social care reform programme. So there aren't savings attached to that, but nevertheless it is quite a transformation. I don't know whether Claire's still on the call. So we haven't projected cashable savings into that space. The children's proof of concept, which is the next one, is the one that I just mentioned, where £500,000 of financial benefits have been identified, although that wasn't planned out in the profile. Going down again, third party spend was the one that I just mentioned in terms of the 500 to 750,000 potential savings in that space. Pay and reward is an enabling project. So you'll remember that I'm sure the committee have had updates on this. So the pay and reward does not have a savings profile attached to it. Similarly, our culture, which is the culture programme, doesn't have a savings profile attached to a cashable savings profile. And at the moment, the modern data and AI, what we are working on at the moment is the benefits realisation for that. You'll recall again, this was an enabling investment to get our data platform up and running, Fabric, so that actually what that does is that enables us to do more things like predictive analytics and improve our forecasting. But not everything will have a saving attached to it, or financial profile. Some of it will be enabling.
Okay, thank you. Members, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for the report. Just looking at that table on page 109, is it? Sorry, it doesn't have a number on mine, 109. Will we get any further breakdown of how those financial figures have been arrived at? it's not particularly clear as to where that saving has been driven from. And I just want to know, will we get any further breakdown on that? Particularly because there's obviously going to be some nuances as to whether something is saving money or not, and how you determine whether it's a saving or not. And I'm just, I'd like to hear from you how you are deciding whether something creates a saving or not. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I think just to point out initially, all of these savings formed part of the budget papers that were approved by full council. So they would have been part of that suite of papers that went in February.
And what we expect is that, and you will have seen, so for each of the business cases, we'll set out the projected anticipated savings. So as business cases come forward, that's what you should be able to see in those business cases for the approval. So you will, so for the children's My World, My Tomorrow, for example, in the business case, that sets out the financial picture.
Can I just check, are you comfortable that you are able to assess a saving accurately or closely enough to know whether it is actually a financial element or it's just a streamlining? You know, how are you evaluating whether things are savings or not?
So when these are approved and the saving is identified, that's built into our budgets. So the money is effectively taken out of each of those services for that saving. That's when we monitor it through the quarterly budget monitoring reports. And you'll remember when we get to the Q1 report, you'll see the table of savings deliveries. And that's where we say, is it on target? Is it behind? Is it not going to be deliverable in this year? What we're doing behind the scenes and what audit have picked us up on and part of the Building Better Finance is around making sure that we do have actual evidence of that saving being delivered. Because what we are seeing is that some of the services are mitigating it with other actions, whereas actually does that mean that the saving in the first place was never deliverable? And that's just something we need to unpick and get more assurance on.
And I'm still a little bit unclear as to how the work that's taking place here will differ from the Best Value Notice Improvement and Assurance Framework Board. And can you just explain to me again how these two themes that are going to be being progressed are going to interrelate or duplicate? To me, this work seems to be very similar to what's going to be asked of the Best Value Notice.
Yeah, so it's a really good point and a live conversation that in fact there's a drawing on a whiteboard upstairs. What we are trying to do is make sure that we are able to have clear line of sight from the work that we're doing here and any work that is happening within the Building Better Finance, that we have clear line of sight to what that is addressing within the Best Value Notice and the SIPFA individual recommendations that go with that. So that's the improvement framework that will hopefully come back, and that I was talking to Stephen in the break about, come back to scrutiny with, so you can see how that fits together. At the moment, you know, what we don't want to do is overlay one on top of the other. We want to bring them together in an integrated framework. But yeah, it's hard to see it at the moment.
Okay. Councillor Sieb.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at the risk, which is IIBR OG 007, which is the insufficient organisational capacity and capability to manage, assure, coordinate and lead the programme at the required pace, which is on page 125. And I'm looking at the scoring to start off with. I don't have a difficulty with the inherent score. The current score seems to have reduced the claim to have reduced the impact, but not the probability. But when I actually look further down at what the current mitigations are that are in place, a lot of those have been in place for a very long time. I would expect them to have reduced the probability rather than the impact, but nevertheless, nothing very new there. Then I had a look at the new mitigating actions and the progress on them, and a little bit surprised at the developing an integrated resource plan is firstly scheduled quite late in October and has little progress against it. Are you content that this is actually correctly reported as it stands today in terms of the current situation, the centre risk chart? And are you happy that you will get to the position which is indicated on the right-hand side, which the right-hand matrix, I didn't think was terribly ambitious because it's still got a colossal impact, even though the probability's dropped. Can we have some comment, please?
Yeah, thank you. And apologies, I didn't mean to pick this up in the introduction. Yeah, so this risk absolutely was a focus of the Inspiring Innovation Board on Monday, and absolutely right, and had been picked up by eagle-eyed Councillor Lyshan over there, that the current score as at end of June, which is when this is, should be 4 likelihood, 5 impact still. Apologies for that. What we did talk about at Inspiring Innovation Board was actually, yes, we need to do more to get the likelihood down, because that's where we're going to get most of the, that's where I would see us being able to address this. We have agreed several additional mitigating actions around that, literally hot off the press. And the other thing that we did was we looked at those due dates for some of those mitigating actions and have brought them forward. And the one that you suggested was absolutely the one that came up. So thank you. What I would fully expect you on the next report to see a different showing here.
Thank you, Chair. That does address my concerns. I was also going to comment on the diagram, the governance diagram, and I think we've just illustrated the member oversight of the that occurs through the governance board. Clearly, the outcomes from that need to come into scrutiny somehow to avoid us double marking, this being a lovely example of double marking. Will something be done about providing that information to us ahead of the meeting? I don't necessarily, I accept the fact that given the timeframes, we don't necessarily want a written report in the agenda, but we certainly need it reported in the verbal report to the meeting. Will that be handled?
So I think that's a really good point, and it's something that that we talked about in terms of the reporting. Obviously, we brought this ahead of some of the other Q1 reporting because we don't want it to be too, you know, this is already end of June, this report, and we're already in August. So there's trying to make sure that we are getting to you in a timely way. What you've just suggests actually gets across some of that. So there's a kind of almost like an update to the report, maybe that we can give verbally. The timeline for papers and approval and stuff mean that it's difficult to, I don't think we could have got it between Monday and today, but.
I think an earlier meeting on this topic suggested that you might want to actually be making a report against the dashboard, so it's live. And I think we've just illustrated one of the issues of latency. I mean, it's more work for you if you have to produce a written report that's comprehensive and a challenge to deal with the latency. Would it not make sense to decide what you're going to put in the written report and keep some of it for a live dashboard-based report, which could reflect current decisions and meetings of the Governance Committee?
So I would take advice from Scott. I don't know if you, in terms of how that would work for scrutiny, in terms of having the written overview report
and live dashboards?
From a governance perspective, if we've got live dashboards and they're available at the point of publication, then that shouldn't be a hurdle for why they're not provided to scrutiny. Just like I know on the audit committee has a similar interest in the live position on IdeaGen in terms of our overall action plans. And we do take occasion to reflect the live position as well as a point in time to show an improvement or a deterioration depending on what the issue is.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Chair, you've got
Councillor Larson.
Just want to make an obvious point, Chair, which is that there are other scrutiny committees following business cases too. So if this scrutiny committee is reported with live information, don't forget children's, don't forget adults, and so on, because if they've been reported in a different way, I think we've got a really big challenge then keeping members happy across the different scrutiny committees. And on the governance chart where it says executive to scrutiny, we are actually talking about 4 scrutiny committees, aren't we? Thank you.
Understood point. Thank you, Councillor Larson. Councillor Osborne.
Must be getting that time of day.
I know, Councillor Osborne.
Must be getting that time of day. She can do.
Gosh, I keep pushing in. Thank you. So I really like the summary, the delivery summary table. I love stuff like that. It's visual. You can see your eyes drawn to the things that you need to see. So I think that's a really good thing. That's exactly the kind of thing when we're talking about the report earlier, you know, the best value notice responses and things. When it's visual and quick, sometimes I think, you know, I mean, I spent all night last night going through these papers, and it becomes at times a bit of a sea of information. And so, you know, tables, information spread out like that makes a real difference. Now, I'm going to ask, when transformation was first, well, when this next phase was brought in or suggested to us or recommended, it was the executive meeting in July last year. And at the time, and I've looked up the papers here, it said that the council's financial position remains critical and must now be addressed swiftly and robustly through the agreed financial strategy for 25-26 to 29-30 to develop further savings plans during 25-26 to deliver at least a further 101.434 million by 26-27, escalating to 190.041 million by 29-30. What I want to know is, are we on track for that 100 million saving, which was what was originally proposed?
Our new 151, like to answer that one.
It's always a challenge when a member goes back through the papers for a year, isn't it?
I'm not sure at this stage I can actually give you confidence and assurance with the question that you've asked. I'm not sure I know enough detail to be able to give that assurance that actually we have that confidence at this stage. So I think there's something that we need to take back, and obviously we need to be doing reviews constantly anyway in terms of the assessments. There's something about a business case, and you're supposed to have review points to kind of do that check and balance and make sure that it is delivering, not just in financial terms. So it's something that is on the to-do list, very much so, in terms of being able to then present. And I'd hope that we'd be able to do some presenting at the next round of reports for you.
Perhaps we could have a written response to the point that Councillor Trimble has just made.
I mean, the reason I ask is just because I feel as though when it was brought out with figures, and we needed to save those figures. And as we've gone along in everything that I've been involved in since, and we've had workshops and things, those figures have kind of been dropped. And in fact, we've had so many initiatives through the council that you start to think, was it that? or was it something else? And it was only when I was sat in here, so that's why I've sort of dropped this on you, because I keep notes. I was able to look back and see when it was that I'd asked a question about it, and then look back at the papers. And I'm just thinking, when we're seeing the savings, we're like, oh, good, we're making savings, but actually, are we seeing that total, that end goal all the time? And that's where this has come from.
No, it's a really good question, and totally agree with Lizzie. I think we will get heads together and come back to you on that.
Councillor Butt-Philip.
Yeah, I just want to make the point that the 101.384 million that Councillor Trimnell refers to is what the gap was in the MTFP at the time, with 190 going forward. And obviously we update the MTFP on a regular basis, and that changes on a regular basis. So that does change. The crucial point I want to make is that at no point was it said that transformation alone would close the whole of that gap. Now, transformation, we have always hoped, would play a major part in that, both in terms of delivering the financial stability the council needs and in delivering the outcomes and results we want for the residents and communities of Somerset. But yes, as the MTFP and the MTFS are updated, those figures do change, and I'm sure the 151 will be able to give you the more updated figures in a written answer.
Thank you, that's helpful. Councillor Osborne.
Sorry about that. I think I'm just feeling slightly lightheaded.
It's very hot.
Yeah.
And a long gap since breakfast.
That's possibly got an awful lot to do with it, so apologies. Couple of questions. The target is 3-to-1 return on investment. So you spend £1, you get a £3 return. But at the moment it's running at 2.02, so below target. How are you proposing to close that gap? And what is the likelihood, or how are you going to handle the fact that this could put extra pressure on later business cases coming along, so they will have to deliver more than 3-to-1 in order to balance it all out? And are they actually going to be able to do that? That's my first question. And then looking at modern data and AI, and it would be lovely to have an update on that, because I think this was one of the very first business cases that came forward. So it would be really helpful to know a bit more about how that is progressing, because we're also hiring staff. There was a lot of discussion around Microsoft Fabrics because, again, it was a new Microsoft program, so it wasn't totally proven as such. So there was, again, an element of risk with that. So it'd be really helpful to have, I think, an update report on that one, quite honestly, as to what it's doing and how it's fitting in. I like the example that AI has helped to create a 53% drop in EHP's drafting times, but has that actually manifested itself in terms of deliverability? So you are getting more EHCPs done, so the waiting time to do them is dropping. And that's a benefit that certainly a parent could see, is if their child is getting up the waiting list much quicker, and that potentially that reduces risk of someone going to an ombudsman. You know, it has I've just got one more question, and that if a program starts to slip, then who fails to deliver savings or risk increases, who actually owns the outcome and is therefore responsible for it, and actually responsible for putting it right? And also as well, looking at pay and rewarding, it's now on amber. So what steps have been taken to get it back on track? Because the more that program is delayed, the more problems it's going to give us down the line. Particularly in things like recruitment and retention and the risk of possible equal pay challenges.
There were quite a few there, so let me take them one by one. No, that's okay. I didn't write them down at first, then I was like, oh, I should have written these down because there's more than I was thinking. So let me start with the return on investment ratio. So one of the things that we were aware of at the outset was that what we were looking for was that return on investment over the life of the programme. And many of the initial pieces of work, like modern data and AI, which was a big investment, like the diagnostic work, didn't have a kind of a cashable saving attached. So that would put, you're absolutely right, additional pressure on future pieces of work in terms of equaling out that, making sure that we hit that 3-to-1 return on investment. What I just as a couple of examples, so the My World, My Tomorrow business case that's just come through is a target. So you remember we talked about the kind of Newton methodology and approach, which has a kind of target and then it has a stretch. So at target for the children's programme, it's a 3.1. If it goes to stretch, I can't remember the exact ratio, but you can imagine that then goes even further. Similarly, if we go to stretch on the adults ones that are in train at the moment, which I think is the stretch is an additional 2.5 million, again, that impacts on the return on investment. We are taking a very prudent approach to building in the target rather than assuming the stretch. So that will have an impact on the return on investment. So that, and the other thing to say is in terms of return on investment is being aware of the cumulative impact of that as well, as opposed to it's this much this year, this much the next year. It's actually building each year as well. So that's my kind of answer on the return on investment. Keep watching it. And actually, as we're monitoring it, and we should be seeing that going upwards. Every business case or every investment decision that we make that doesn't have a return on investment yet puts pressure on those where we are looking to. But we've got a huge range in amongst the portfolio projects at the moment in terms of those return on investments. And I will actually make sure that we've got some of that information so I don't have it at the top of my fingertips at the moment. So that was that one. You also talked about, I'm going to take these, they're going to be all out of order, I'm sorry. You also talked about the pay and reward programme being on amber. So that was absolutely due to, so it is on amber in that we have had a delay to the process, which you may already be aware of. It is now being reprofiled, so we're not expecting additional delays there. So we have got a clear pathway to green and the actions that go for that, and that's being managed through Dawn and her team. So we'd expect to see that one coming back on track at the next report. What were your other ones? Sorry. Oh yes, modern data and AI. Yeah, Josh is always happy to talk more around that programme. So more than happy to bring that more detailed picture back on that next time.
Mike, please, Sue. I can't hear anything.
I do apologise. It's just flashed at me. Okay. Basically, with modern data and AI, it does seem quite a while since it came. It was a significant spend. It was involving a program, Microsoft Fabric, which at the time was considered relatively new. So that in itself posed a risk, bearing in mind our experience with Dynamics. So yes, it would be good to have a report back on that in terms of, you know, what has been achieved, what has been delivered, and what you're hoping to deliver in the future. And what it's going to make. The other one, and it was just, I think, the 53% drop in EHCP drafting times. How is that manifesting at the other end? So are you seeing the waiting list for these dropping? So instead of it taking 20 weeks, it's dropping. Are parents seeing the benefit of that? So there's less referrals to Ombudsman. Heather's got a hand up, so.
We've got two of us here, so we're probably going to say the same thing in two different orders. So if I miss something out, I'm sure Eva will come in. It is absolutely right that bringing in things like magic notes and other IT issues to help us draft the input into education healthcare plans, which is great, while always keeping, though, a professional looking at what goes in and signing it off. What we have to remember is, although that has given us some more time back, we have had, I was desperately trying to find the actual kind of stats for it, we have had, even in the last quarter, still an increase in the number of EHCPs coming through. So I think we would have been in a worse position if we had not had that improvement. But I can't believe we were going to see that difference because of that one improvement. And I know Evie's always very keen to say about tackling a backlog like that takes time rather than just one part of it to change it.
So just to reassure you that actually things are really happening quite quickly within my department. You are likely to see the 1% or even less than that, because whilst we are reducing the times, we aren't going to get to that 20 weeks overnight. So I've got extra staff in at the moment. We're doing weekly reports to the Department for Education. And I really feel that our team is working well together with the new people that have been put in place and that are coming in within September. So we will see those changes, but you're not going to see them immediately. But I'm quite happy to sit down and discuss with you further of anything you would like to know on that. But what I will also say is, whilst we're using AI, they're children. Their stories, they've got narratives behind them. It's not like figures where you can pick those out. Each of those will need somebody to overlook each individual case. So I just wanted to give you that kind of like reassurance that we have somebody in post that's now going through all of our complaints procedures, a named person that's checking, because we have got several ways which people complain, by phone, through various officers. So at the moment, we're just making sure that somebody's got their eye on the ball, an actual human rather than AI, checking that those are not being dealt with several times over or different messages.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we might need to begin to draw this one to a conclusion if we could.
I'd just like to thank Evie for her full explanation, because I know at the time we did raise that issue, is that there is human intervention because we are talking about people here. So I'm really glad to hear that.
Yep. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that very helpful debate. Thank you, Sarah, for that. The recommendations that we had before us are that we were asked to review and comment on the Inspiring Innovation Programme. I think we have commented. One of the things that I think is particularly important we do capture is the live dashboard reporting. I think that is a very helpful innovation. But otherwise, the points that have been raised in discussion will be fully minuted and can be communicated to the executive. So if you're happy with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I see all those in favour? Good, thank you. Now, we've got 5 items to consider between now and 3:30. I feel that you do need to have a little pause for some refreshment, but I think we can't really afford a full half hour. So I'm going to suggest we pause for a quarter of an hour, I'm afraid. And then we'll reconvene at 2:05. But if we don't, we're not going to get through the business, I'm afraid. Okay. Well, all right, we'll compromise on 20 minutes then, Lucy. Okay. No, that's all right. So, but we must start by 2:10. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for returning. We now turn to agenda item 9, which is the General Fund Revenue Budget Monitoring Report, Q1, which I'm going to ask Councillor Lation to address in the first instance, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll say again the words I said at the executive meeting last week, that this is an extremely disappointing report to have in front of us. I know there are specific reasons for part of the forecast overspend, that learning disabilities pooled budget that was mentioned earlier. I would presume that this is not the best time to be dealing with that because of what the ICB are going through, and NHS budget's under pressure too. And that figure that was given by the Executive Director, David Coleman-Groom, that without that situation, adults would have been forecasting an underspend of 3.9 million. That would have been a very, very different figure, both for the total service overspend, projected overspend and for adults particularly. So, Chair, I'm very happy to cut this short and hand over to our new 151 officer, because I'm sure there will be lots of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officer Watkin.
Thank you. And to give us as much time as possible in terms of debate and questions, I'm not going to do an awful lot of an introduction here. Just want to point out a couple of things in terms of significant pressures we have discussed in terms of children's services, adult services are the main real areas in terms of those significant pressures at the moment assessed as ongoing pressures. It will impact then in terms of budget gap for next year. So not okay for us to tolerate in any way, shape or form in terms of the level of overspends. And absolutely what I am expecting of all of the leadership team and management teams is bringing forward mitigating actions, management action to understand how we address this position in year. We will not be able to tolerate that level of draw of reserves. That will put us in a even worse, more vulnerable position than we were anticipating, alongside then having to set the budget for next year. So all eyes on those mitigating actions. They will come forward to Q2. So you will be expecting to see what those mitigating actions are, what we are doing to address that overspend. We have implemented enhanced cost control measures to try and manage some of the pressure, some of the spend that is deemed not essential across the organisation. Do that as 151. So the previous interim 151 implemented them with my full support. It is, from my perspective, the least we should be doing given where that forecast currently is. So it is rather stark, and I'm happy then just to move straight to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, questions, probings. Councillor Hobhouse.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a few very quick ones. On your, sorry, it's Henry Hobhouse. On page one, hold on, I've lost the page, 143, you have a table 2, and you are saying that this is the forecast outturn. We are now in August. And why isn't it the actual outturn is my first question.
So it won't be actual outturn until we finish the financial year. So at this stage of the year, we are just forecasting to the end of the year what our position is. It isn't unusual that authorities have overspend positions at Q1 forecast, but what we won't have is fully reflected all of the management action that has to happen in this financial year to bring it back.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Now if we go to table 3, page 145, it doesn't reflect the forecast budget overspends in any way, and it says that you are actually achieving money savings which have been proved to be incorrect in the table above it.
If you're talking about table 3, that's tables of savings delivery. Now,
absolutely. So how do you do a savings delivery if you've lost 14 million quid?
So at the
forecast.
So at the outset of the year, these budgets are taken from services, so they don't have the spend associated with this. So savings delivery is important to understand where savings are not being delivered. Where they're not being delivered, obviously you can see the column in red, the column in purple, and obviously then the orange, the ones in that kind of ambery yellowy colour are currently at risk of not being delivered. Those are the ones that are then impacting the financial position as reported in terms of the forecast overspend. It's really important that services then look at those savings because they are charged with delivering those savings. If they don't, we will overspend, as already included. The issue for me, though, in terms of savings delivery is the onwards impact in future years. If you don't address this and address it in a permanent way in the current financial year, it causes a further pressure in the next financial years. So it's really important that services understand where they don't deliver or aren't able to deliver their savings, they actually have to replace them with something that is a permanent change to their base budget moving forwards, to replace that original saving that was included in budget setting. Some of those might end up having to come forward as additional approvals as part of budget setting, because they might be fundamentally changing some way in terms of service delivery, but it's absolutely part and parcel of all of our considerations for that medium term sustainability.
Okay, so adult social care and housing, you are saying that they are in line to save 13.8 million, having overspent their first quarter by 11 million.
Yes, absolutely. So the 11 million includes the delivery of that 13.8 plus the 395,000 that's already in the blue. So they've already achieved those savings, or are on track to, and they are still overspending by the 11 million. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for
Chair,
the elucidation.
could I come in? Sorry.
Officer here.
Sorry, just a point of small point of correction. So the overspend in relation to adults is in relation to the underachievement of income in relation to the LD pooled budget that Duncan was talking about in the earlier paper. So it's not that they've overspent on expenditure. We're currently underachieving the income that they thought they were going to get in from the ICB. So that's why they're saving in terms of the delivery of the expenditure saving is showing as they are delivering it, is because their income is down.
Just to pick that up, this relates back to the point that Councillor Stanton was making earlier about the breakdown in relationship between the council and the ICB.
Yes.
And the 31 million that the chief executive mentioned.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a much larger figure?
It was a much larger figure because the chief exec was talking about the totality of income, but we're hoping to be able to mitigate and get some of that income in this financial year.
In all directions now. Councillor Lation.
Chair, if you have a look at the appendix for adults, which is Appendix B, and you scroll down to pooled budget income. So yeah,
going on to 164.
Page 164, sorry. Page 164, and then you have the table for adults. And then if you have a look down for the reds, you'll see exactly what Nicola Hicks has just mentioned as underachievement. So that's underachievement on income. The income was predicted to be 33.605 million, which is the figure the chief executive referred to as 34 million. So far, we've got projected outturn of 17.784 million with that underachievement of over 15 million. But because there are other underspend, it's just what I would say, you work on both sides of your budget. Nobody works on one side of a budget unless you're somewhere where you have no income at all. But that's very unusual. And certainly that is not the case in adults. There is a lot of income in adults. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stanton.
So am I understanding this right? At the end of page 164, beginning of page 165, learning disabilities is overspent nearly 16 million because the ICB unilaterally withdrew a 25% contribution. Is that right?
That is correct.
But what have we done about that? I mean, it makes even stronger the point I was making about the ICBs.
Chair, I'm just concerned that there isn't anyone from adults in the room at the moment. So we have worked in this pooled budget way for many years, I understand. Other councils have not. So either some time ago or recently, they went to a case-by-case basis. We had a letter saying that the pooled budget would stop during this month. We did have that letter a little while ago, and we have started work on the case-by-case approach. But that approach will continue, and there are people, as we speak, there are people working on all of those cases. So my understanding is, and I'm not an adult specialist, those where there is a lower cost will come to the council. Those where there is a much higher cost for a continuing healthcare plan will go to the NHS, and the ICB will agree that. I think we can use the word negotiating on, and bear in mind, these are people's lives and they are people who need care and support. So it's the ones between the lower cost and the much higher cost where we're doing that work of assessing on a case by case basis. So as the year goes on, what we hope for, and Lizzie Watkin will correct me if I've got this wrong, that those negotiations get somewhere closer to the position we would have been in the past. However, the previous 151 officer didn't expect it to get back to net neutral. So he put back a reserve, which I think is 5.5 million, to use as a smoothing reserve if we needed it, because the work of the negotiation goes over a year end. That make any sense?
Sir Stanton?
It makes sense, but it leaves me quite unhappy. I'd just be interested in the views of other members of the committee. It sounds to me as if partnership working has been unilaterally stopped. You go back to children's services, it's partnership working that isn't working because the ICB is reorganising itself. I think it sounds more and more to me as if we've got a real problem with the ICBs and we ought to be making a big noisy fuss about it.
Officer Watkin.
Thank you. And it hasn't gone without escalation. So there has been a letter written to the chief executive of the new ICB cluster. So the one that sits across almost that Wessex footprint, a little bit more and a little bit less in terms of that. So it's been escalated right to the top. I am expecting a meeting within the next week or so with the chief executive of the ICB, their finance director, myself, and the executive director for adults, so we can actually start to work through this quite thorny issue. The issue that we do have is then what happens across the rest of the Wessex footprint, or rather the ICB's footprint, and we have to be mindful in terms of the actual impact for us and managing that while trying to negotiate over something that's very, very significant for the ICB. ICB restructures, such as we've seen, are a significant risk to all of these partnership workings, and where you have separately negotiated arrangements, actually it becomes very difficult then to work our way through. So it was one of the risks associated with changes in the ICB, and absolutely has presented us something very significant for us at this stage. We are at the top level in terms of the conversations.
Yeah, I think we need to make a recommendation, Chair, if other members agree.
Would you like the recommendation to be phrased?
Peter, come in first, because other people may have different views.
Well, I've got Councillor Johnson before Councillor Seeb, but
do you want to think about it and come back?
I'd rather hear views from other members of the committee before coming up with a form of word.
Okay. Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Seeb.
Thank you, Lucy. I just wanted to clarify. So there are completely different arrangements across all the different councils with the ICB. Are we in a more advantageous position than those other councils? Or where do we sit in comparison to the other councils that are? Is this something that's happening to all councils, or is it just us?
So I don't know the individual arrangements now of this new ICB cluster and their other council counterparties in terms of those arrangements. So I don't know. I can't comment. The exec director for adults is more likely to understand some of those different arrangements, but you do end up having different arrangements because we are different entities, so you don't get agreements across and consistency of those agreements across that new cluster footprint.
If we're not satisfied with their response, can we take it higher into government and involve our MPs? Is that something we have the option to do?
I would expect us to be doing that. If there is a detrimental impact in terms of our finances, I would expect some type of letter to go through to MPs or through to ministers in terms of what this result means for us as an organisation. What we don't know is whether the other councils that share this ICB cluster will actually benefit from changes to their arrangements. So it's very difficult, very complex, but it doesn't mean we should not still be lobbying in terms of the detrimental impact for us if we end up with one.
I do think there might be a bit of investigative work to see what situation the other councils are in, so that we can use that within our case that we place potentially.
Absolutely. It's just the fact that the exec officer who is responsible for this, who probably knows, just isn't in the room today in terms of being able to respond. I don't doubt that we do know, So yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor C.
So the first point I'd make is one of the reasons why the government of the day decided that Somerset should become a unitary was in order to have coterminous boundaries with the health service cluster, in order that these things didn't happen, because quite clearly this integrated care board cluster has shot several of its customers in the foot, and we'll have to deal with the backwash of that, particularly if the council collapses as a result of a decision they have taken unilaterally. I would hope that we would escalate it now through our MPs, just simply from the point of view of if there is to be a coordinated and fair and reasonable solution done across the region, represented by the ICB, then that ICB's MPs should support the eventual resolution. It's also a principle of normal government that when a transition takes place, that the department, i.e. the Department of Health in this case, deals with the transition pain until such a time as the partner can bear the weight of whatever the transition is to. That seems to have been completely ignored. This is really quite scandalous. I mean, this looks very much like either a rogue chief executive or chief financial officer making decisions without realizing the consequences of those decisions and then doubling down on having made them, or it looks as though it's something blessed from above within the Departments of Health, which would be even more worrying, because that brings about the question about whether this was actually known about prior to the best value notice. And indeed, the best value notice was, if you like, we know that we will look really bad if this happens without it. It's just too big an amount of money to just be removed unilaterally without there being a whiff of smoke. So I'd be interested to know what Councillor Stanton's proposing in terms of recommendations, but I, for one, would like to see the MPs involved now.
I've just emailed, I hope all of you, as quickly as I could, with wording, which I'll read to you. It says, we are dissatisfied with the unilateral worsening of Somerset Council's financial position by its withdrawal. Its means the ICB, I put that in the heading, by its withdrawal from the learning disabilities pooled budget, and urge our executive and CEO to express its and our dissatisfaction to the government and through our MPs.
Right, well, I'm happy with that. Broadly speaking, what I'd noted down was more or less that. So Councillor Stanton and I are more or less on the same page, which is good. I don't see anybody around the table necessarily demurring from that. I know Dave wants to come in. Okay, so if we can park that one on the table then, Councillor Stanton, thank you. Councillor Mansell, you were the next speaker on the list.
Thank you. Yeah, clearly, I agree. I think there is something in what Peter said as well about, you know, the way it's been introduced, you know, that it's suddenly been introduced. I hope we could include that in it. You made it, I think you made the ideal position in terms of, you know, you shouldn't do it until the council's had time to sort itself out. I mean, I tend to agree, but yeah, certainly it shouldn't just be imposed and suddenly expected you've got to deal with a change within a budget year. So I hope something can be included on that aspect of it, or at least that noted as part of the problem. Okay, yeah, the sort of further point I was going to raise was really about the whole overspend. So part of it is coming from an outside party, as just discussed, but it's, you know, not good to see that actually an even greater share is from our own services and the pressures upon them. Now it's been commented that it's unacceptable. Now clearly, you know, it's a difficult situation when there's the demand is not being managed for the service, which is part of what this suggests, and we saw the performance figures earlier, which in children's in particular, I think should raise lots of concern, which was new to me on how our children's services perform compared to others. It is a question I'm really trying to get to, which is and it's connected to paragraph 16, where it says immediate and decisive action is therefore required across all services. I just wanted to check what that means. I mean, it concerned me a bit in that, you know, we've seen that the instruction has come out that all non-essential spending must stop across the council. You know, when I engage with services, I'm finding they're overstretched and barely keeping up, and there are important things they're doing. And the idea that the whole of the council is now officers are having to think that they mustn't do anything non-essential, however that's defined, and I think it gets related to statutory. Although we're in a dire situation, it also feels like an overreaction if other teams are working to budget and then they're told, no, you've got to cut back even though you're not the problem. So you're gathering, I sort of don't like this. It's clearly impacting all services, but my question was related to that a bit further, is it clear that the directorates where these problems are emerging, is the onus going to be on them to sort out their overspending, which, you know, especially given, you know, the very long background of this financial problem at the council, county council before and now the new council. You know, is that going to be the approach, that the directorates with the problem must get themselves sorted out? They can't expect the rest of the council to help bail them out, because I'm increasingly feeling that problems in a few service areas are bringing, you know, have just increasingly brought the whole council down. And you know, at some point this has got to stop. We've got to start dealing with the problems, and our earlier discussion reflected that as well. But there is I hope my question was clear in that.
Yeah, thank you. Officer Watkin.
Yeah, absolutely clear in terms of your question. I do just need to remind everybody that we are one organisation, not several different organisations that make up our overall financial position. We all have corporate responsibility in terms of managing the finances for the council. Now, I'm going to say some things that you'll need to take as examples rather than reality. So you could potentially say that children's haven't been given enough budget, so they've been set up to fail and overspend from the outset. You could say that other service areas may not be bringing forward savings that they could deliver in terms of those. So you have to be really conscious that this is one organisation that has to act as one organisation, and the executive leadership team are responsible for the finances of the organisation. Yes, of course, they have service delivery responsibility, and some of us also have additional statutory responsibilities, but we have to act as one. And it is a very complex organisation that is working across even more complex systems of work, that it isn't just about us and what we do and how we deliver. It is much more complicated than that. So everybody is asked in a unilateral way that they have to check themselves in terms of challenge the decisions I am making. What does that mean in terms of financial implications? The unilateral message that goes out is not saying what is essential and what it isn't, because only services can do that decision themselves in terms of assessing what they absolutely must spend to deliver their services. I don't ever use the terminology statutory and discretionary, because just because you are a statutory service, it doesn't mean you are told how to deliver. And that does make a difference in terms of your opportunities of reshaping, redesigning, working in a different way, and therefore your cost base as well. So I am very clear in terms of the responsibilities we have corporately to manage the organisation successfully. Hopefully that's enough of an answer in terms of response.
I have concerns. I'm sort of trying to sort of put them together, and part of it is sorting the council out. And I'm not sure if we keep trying to spread the problem across the whole council that we will ever get to grips with the problems. That sounds the way to allow them to continue. Most of us are aware that, you know, all the councils, but the county council in particular, you know, which merged in and now formed, has been in, you know, fairly deep trouble for something like 15 years. You know, it goes back through austerity. We've, you know, the councils over a long period now have been trying to set the budgets and get them sorted out. And we're not getting there with Somerset Council, you know, and I think that was part of the message we were sending earlier. And part of the message is we can't, it's still, there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot we're not sure of in terms of getting to grips with this situation. My concern, though, I think comes from the fact that it is dragging all the other services into this, and what sort of message that sends to those teams who've worked within their budgets, probably had their budgets cut back severely, and now they're being told they've got to cut back because of a problem elsewhere. And I think there is a concern over that message, and I think there's also a concern over where the problems are arising. They're being given a message that you may not need to worry, because actually the rest of the council will bail you out. And we did see performance indicators from Children's, which looks to be the biggest of the problem, where they are underperforming compared to other services around the country. And the council's got to get to grips with its financial problems. And I think we're being told by SIPFA, by government, by others, that we're not doing so. So, and just spreading the problem out in this way, I think, is a further example of not doing so.
Okay, Dave, thank you. I'm just going to ask Heather Shearer if she could come in there.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your question, Councillor Mansell. And thank you also for Officer Watkins sounds terribly grand at Lizzie's response. Something I'd just like to say is, I think all the things that I'm hearing are all correct. So, for instance, it is a collaborative and a corporate responsibility that the whole of the council should work together to improve any issues that it has. I absolutely get that. And I'm really pleased to hear it coming from the top table, as it were, because that's exactly right. What it doesn't do, though, is take away the individual responsibility from directors or from directorates to ensure that their house is as much in order as possible. We have a great opportunity right now because we are working with Newton, we generally in the council, but Children's in particular, and we also have support from external support from an advisory board member. We are right now doing everything we can to do all the checks and balances that we have on how our budgets are created, how they are owned by people within the directorate, whether we've made any mistakes with any of that modelling and forecasting. We're constantly checking whether we are bringing the right children into the organisation or children into care at the right time. That's being checked externally and internally. Whether we're working enough with our wonderful things on reunification and other activities to get children back out of care. We're trying to look at every single thing, and in the papers it shows exactly why we are overspending in this first quarter. So I just wanted to give some reassurance that there is nobody that I've heard within the children's services saying, oh, it's all right, we'll get a free pass because somebody else will take the hit on the savings. That is absolutely not, and I wouldn't expect it neither. And I haven't heard it among anybody else either. But we do have to accept it's collaborative in our approach and responsibility, but that does not take away the responsibility from people like me to keep the children's services and whatever service I sit in top of their feet to the flame on things. And it is also a complex issue. So as I said before, I think Lizzie mentioned, you know, rather like adults, we don't do this in silos. We don't do any of our work in silos, either within the council or indeed outside the council. So it's complicated. And yes, we may be lower in performance than a number of people, but we're also not the bottom of every single heap. There are lots of other organisations that are challenged too. I don't care about that, except for a kind of a sanity check. I'm bothered about what children in our council area are actually getting and not getting, and right now the service isn't good enough, but that won't stop us from looking at it individually, and we do not expect a free pass. I hope that helps, Chair.
Thank you. Right, Officer Watkin, then I've got Councillor Trimble, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. I just want to add in terms of transformation. So there is a significant transformation programme across children's services that absolutely is about addressing some of the demand issues that we are seeing, some of that practice to make sure then that they are delivering the significant changes required to help in that journey in terms of financial sustainability and those cost bases for children's services. So they aren't, excluded from some significant work. And in fact, it is a huge piece of work that they are required to do to make sure then that we are driving through as much of that change, as much as that transformation to help the organisation in terms of financial sustainability in that medium long term. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you. So it's rather remiss of me, but I don't have a page number for the bits that I'm going to talk about. So I apologise for that. But there was mention in this about the capital programme being underspent by 37.676 million, and that will be a slippage going forward. But I do see that there was a slight overspend, that the things that were done on time experienced very small, only a really small amount. But I wondered what the risk is our items on our programme slip into the next year of inflationary pressures, etc., causing bigger overspends on those, and what is our commitment to are we able to say we can't afford to do that now because inflationary pressures means there's going to be another 10 million or something? Do you want my questions in bits and pieces?
Put them in a go.
Okay, right. So now I was interested that £2 million of the corporate risk budget is going to be moved into earmarked reserves to be drawn throughout the year. And I don't know much about earmarked reserves, so I assumed earmarked meant for a specific project. But is it just for specific service directors to spend how they want? And I also noticed that we moved some money from earmark reserves a couple of years ago to cover some of the budget deficit that we had. And so is that sort of part of the plan to move some of those monies in to sort of give us a bit of space later on? We've got £1.777 million in associated costs for the fire at the Saxonvale sites. And I note that it said a reliable estimate of these costs isn't available, and yet it's a really specific amount of money. And I wondered what it was for, please. And then the final one is on the dedicated schools grant deficit. Now that's forecast to be 162.803 million at the end of this financial year, and I'm sure last year it was going to 100 million, and that seemed like a big rise. Now I can't remember, I did find it and now I've forgotten again. We've got this 90% that the government are going to cover, but I don't think that includes the 60 million or so that we may be overspending this year. We've got the money put aside to cover the 10%, but we are supposed to have plans in place for the next 2 years. How are we dealing with this? Sorry to be annoying.
That's fine. Thank you, Lucy.
All really good questions and well spotted within the context of a very long report in terms of the number of pages and the actual amount of information that's in there. So the first one, in terms of capital programme and slippage, you might not be aware we've added additional governance process into the oversight of the capital programme. So there's a new capital board chaired by me. There will be an awful lot of exactly what you've said in terms of the challenge, what officers need to bring forward, understanding all of the implications associated with where their schemes are in terms of delivery and what does it actually mean. So they need to understand revenue implications. So are there holding costs? Are there running costs? Are they now, if you've got slippage, what does that mean for those type of costs? Is that capital scheme supporting the delivery of some savings? What does that also mean in terms of revenue? If they're funded by borrowing, What does that mean in terms of our assumptions about borrowing costs and interest and all of those items? So it absolutely is going to be one thing that is brought forward and much more challenge in terms of it doesn't just slip. It's not one of those things that just happens. It has to be actively managed. And you're absolutely right in terms of inflationary pressures. So we know over the last 2 or 3 years, particularly, we've seen significant inflationary pressures, particularly in construction. So where we have things about building schools or, you know, significant repairs and maintenance to our buildings, actually that has caused some additional pressures. What services need to do though in terms of their schemes and where they're facing those type of pressures? They can't just assume that they can spend the money. It has to be, is there an option about reducing the scope, reducing the design? How do we manage within the envelope of funding that we've got, and be really clear about that as well? So that absolutely is the expectation, and we'll be coming through that additional governance route. So we have a capital board, which is officers, before it then goes through to informal executive, before it goes through to executive in terms of the monitoring position, but also then for budget setting for next year as well. So that's really good. Right, so 2 million into reserves. Now, when items get moved out of revenue and into a reserve, there is more challenge and more scrutiny and additional approvals required in terms of drawing that money down. So if services are facing pressures, they've got some risk, or, you know, whatever the money was originally set aside for, there are processes in terms of whether they can have the money or not. Reserves are included in budget monitoring, so you will see and have the opportunity to challenge the uses of those or any reprioritisation of them as well. I can see Chris has got his hand up, but I think I can answer the £1.777 million in terms of Saxon Vale fire. Actually, it's not associated with the value assessed for the fire and any remediation work. It was the balance that was left in the budget that is then being set aside. So it was a balancing figure of a budget and what is not committed, rather than the assessment of how much that remediation work is going to cost. So it was just about the balance in the revenue budget. And then DSG deficit, you have spotted actually one of the biggest risks for this council. We think children's services and you know, things like social care placements are a risk, and of course they are an absolute significant risk for us financially. The DSG deficit is the biggest ongoing risk alongside what we are seeing in terms of our revenue pressures. So 160 odd million pounds worth of cumulative deficit that is forecast. You're right, government have only agreed to fund 90% of the deficit up to the 31st of March 2026. So any deficit that we then see in this financial year, and it's currently forecast roughly £60 million, may fall to the council. Government have not been specific about what this year and next year's deficit actually funding arrangements are. Will they be funding these at 90% or a sliding scale? We know that we will receive funding if the DfE are content with the reform plan that we have just submitted to them. So there's been a reform plan submitted. If they're happy and content that it contains the action, it is you know, where it needs to be in terms of what is happening and what we're saying we will do, they will give us the 90%. Who knows what's happening for this financial year and next financial year? So if it's 60 million this year and if it's 60 million next year, it could be that we have to fund 10%. It could be we have to fund 20%. Or 30%, we simply don't know. So we need to be taking action, obviously, to minimise, mitigate as much of that overspend as possible through the reform and the action, but also in terms of financials and setting money aside to be able to manage that impact on the council. So really good spots.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Osborne.
Remember switched on. Thank you, Chairman. So it's a very quick question, and it's an overall one, but given the Q1 forecast overspend and the best value notice, what are the 3 biggest assumptions underpinning the current forecast, and what's going to be the financial impact if those assumptions are not achieved? Now, there's a lot of detail in all the appendices, so let's try and sort of pull it together as a summary question. That's my first one. And my second one relates directly to Appendix F, which is Resources Strategy and Transformation. And that whilst the Directorate is forecasting an overall underspend, that this is masking income shortfalls in strategy, performance and comms and savings arising from vacancies. How confident are you that this position is sustainable rather than being dependent on vacancies and savings that may affect the council's capacity basically to deliver transformation and the best value improvement programme, because there's a bit of a tension between needing to deliver but also needing to save at the same time and meet savings targets?
Okay, so in terms of three biggest assumptions, that's quite a difficult one to answer because obviously you are aware that this organisation is very complex and there's many different drivers. But I would suggest that inflation is one of those things. So we have budgeted this financial year for a 3% pay award. It is likely that it's going to be 3.3%. That's significant in terms of value for us, but also then that will affect next year's budget as well in terms of your starting position for your salaries and inflationary pressures for pay next year is the same. So just general inflation rates, they are staying higher than we would have anticipated. The Bank of England, have been trying to take some intervention in terms of managing inflation, but they're obviously, they're not having the impact in terms of the interest rates that we are seeing. That will also impact in terms of then any contracts that are negotiated during the year. Anything you're going out to market, you're already seeing that prices are slightly higher than you might anticipate. So it's one of those things that generally having high inflation, although great in terms of getting some additional interest from our treasury management activity, actually is really problematic for us because we always have greater costs than we do in terms of our income. One of the big assumptions that would always be slightly risky for us as an organisation would be assumptions on funding. We've had fair funding settlement from government, so that one actually for us is gives us some certainty going forward. So that's actually really good news for us, although it's not good news because we've seen a decline in our funding from government. So, but if we know about it, we can manage it, we can take action to address what that means. Other assumptions, as we've seen, we know that demand is a particular issue, particularly in places like children's and adult services. Adults is relatively stable. If we find that actually that assumption isn't right and we see more adults needing additional care and support from us, that actually then has a detrimental impact. So they're probably the biggies in terms of demand, inflation and funding overall. And demand for services in terms of fees and charges, that works in our benefit sometimes if the demand is understated, but again, we might be overinflating, some of those assumptions. In terms of confidence and capacity, particularly in terms of resources, strategy and transformation as a service, I take confidence from the executive directors signing off their positions and owning them going forwards. They are their financial positions. I look to them in terms of, are you confident? Can you manage? What does that mean and look like? We have had discussions obviously earlier this morning in terms of capacity. Do we have the right capacity? We've spoken about that speed/pace. Is that sufficient? What do we need to do in terms of that? So it's one that will always be something that we are watching and looking out for. Do we have the right experiences, the right, capable, experienced officers to be able to deliver what we need as an organisation?
Quick comeback, and it's kept flashing through my mind, and forgive me, but from some of the responses, I find myself thinking, and I know you haven't been here very long, Lizzie, so, but a fresh pair of eyes is no doubt going to be very helpful. But do you feel we're actually getting the best out of Newton so far?
As a transformation partner, they are identifying areas of opportunity for us. It's always very difficult for a transformation partner because they aren't responsible for delivery because we are as an organisation. So that's the tension you can find sometimes in terms of what's brought forward and then what's delivered. The transformation partner can be held responsible in terms of the elements that we've been talking about cultural change. What more do we need to do? Because some of their kind of work, the analytics, they're deep diving into actually where the opportunities are. They are responsible for identifying some of those things in terms of other things that are required, where are the building blocks to be able to be really successful in terms of delivery. But they are identifying things that I would be expecting them to be identifying in terms of areas of opportunity.
Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I think we've had a really helpful discussion there. So clearly the recommendations as approved by the executive, you will have noted the ones that went through the executive on the 5th of August. In addition to that, however, today there is a specific recommendation from us in relation to the ICB. Councillor Stanton has revised slightly the proposal in the light of comments from Councillor Mansell. I wonder if you would now speak to that, Councillor Stanton.
Chair, would you indulge me? I actually put my hand up because I wanted to comment on Newton. Because I'm fed up as a retired management consultant with hearing members of the public and occasionally councillors. I mean, fair question from Sue, is Lizzie satisfied? That's a fair question. But we've really got to stop this idea that consultants are a cost. And particularly in regard to Newton, what's different about Newton, and I just double checked it, they're one of those rare consultancies that do outcome-based pricing. And they did it really well on the work they did on adult social care in the adult department. You know, they don't charge a fee by the hour. They forecast what cost they will save. They tell you what their fee is going to be to do that, and we get a return. So, you know, let's start to recognise that part of our salvation lies in really good consultancy advice from people like you.
And there may well be the opportunity for a different discussion about Newton at another time, but not now.
So I was also going to refresh things by raising parking, but anyway, I'll leave that out. Do you want me to read out, Chair, the revised wording? I've sent it to everybody. It says, we are dissatisfied with the unilateral worsening at short notice during the financial year of Somerset Council's financial position by the ICB's withdrawal from the learning disabilities pooled budget, and urge our executive and CEO to express their and our dissatisfaction to the government and through our MPs. And you all should have a copy of it.
Okay. I think that's
The unilateral meaning.
unilateral in the context of the first sentence, unilateral worsening.
What's it mean? Is that the question? It means they did it without us agreeing.
Well, look, clearly there is an issue with the ICB. I think we've all acknowledged that. I think there's general agreement around the table that there is. That particular wording, I think, is perfectly fine. The other thing I did want to just note, however, is that whilst this obviously is a budget monitoring report, we do have the next budget rapidly approaching. And I think that one of the things that we were assured that we would have would be the opportunity to feed into that budget at the earliest possible stage. And this might be the moment for us just to reiterate our earnest desire, stroke requirement, to be part of that process now. And I'd just like to ask Officer Wooldridge how that can be programmed in, just to make sure that we are having some sort of opportunity, workshopping or whatever at the earliest possible opportunities in order to make sure that we've engaged with that budget.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's probably just an action. If this is something which the committee is minded to support and agree collectively, I know that the committee did flag in previous years its expressed desire to be involved at earlier stages in the development of the MTFP. So if this is something which, as an action, the committee would like officers to progress, can I suggest that that's taken forward subsequently, and then we advise the committee of, by virtue of your next meeting in terms of the forward work programme, when such a workshop would take place and how that would take place in conjunction with the Section 151 officer.
Okay. So, yes, Councillor Mansell.
I'm sorry, but as I realise you're moving towards the side, I just felt in relation to the recommendations, I think we were expressing concern about the overspend. Could that be part of what we say on this? Express concern about the overspend.
In all truth, I think we expressed a lot of concerns about the position, full stop, overspend being part of it. But there is the specific about the ICB that I think has come through this committee this afternoon that we really do need to make a particular point of. So yes, absolutely, Councillor Mansell. I think that the general discussion will have captured those concerns completely. And I acknowledge what you're saying. But we do, I think, just need to get the specific on the ICB down there as well. Yes, Councillor Trimnell.
It's only a very quick one. It really isn't my place to speak in place of Councillor Wakefield or the Director of Adult Services, so I'm not going to. But I think that we could do with some information. I think that people don't know about this, and I know what I've been told, but I will only misrepresent it or say the wrong thing, forget something within it, as I did earlier. So I would ask that we request further information on it, perhaps to come forward to the committee. I'm not saying that we don't, you know, tomorrow they stop paying and we start paying. It's the 13th, I read in the papers. And so there's not really time. It may be too late for a letter to go out anyway, if you see what I mean. So my view is we ought to get some more information about how and why and the background to this. It's not my place to share it, I don't think.
No, Councillor Lation.
Chair, there is of course an adult scrutiny committee, and it would be really interesting to know how much they know.
We've considered and commented on what the executive looked at. We've made a very specific recommendation on the ICB. Councillor Trimnell's point on needing more information, I think that is understood. I don't think it's an instead of, it says and as well as. Can I see all those in favour of the position we've reached, please? Yes, but I was just saying it was, yeah. I think that was the whole point of what we have captured in the discussion that we've had this afternoon. And therefore that is part of the outcome of our discussion. Yes, Councillor Mansell.
I'm sorry, Chair. I must admit, I was just struggling how to vote. I mean, it's difficult because we've got a recommendation which mostly covers what the executive decided. But the executive, at least what's written down, just noted the overspend. I felt, I'm sure they're concerned. I'm not questioning that, but I do think, I'm not. If it's sort of our recommendation seems to be going with just noting, and I'm uncomfortable with just noting that overspend.
I don't think we are. I mean, we've been asked to consider and comment on the recommendations. We have considered and we've commented that we are very concerned about that. So therefore, we're not making a new recommendation. We're saying the executive looked at this. We and the whole tenor of the conversation this afternoon has been expressing our concern about the overspend very significantly. One of the items that has contributed to that is the ICB, and that is where we have specifically drawn that out and made a very specific recommendation about that in line with the last point there. Any additional recommendations from the committee? Councillor Seed.
Chairman, I'm wondering if I might be able to help. I have difficulty with what is actually written as what the executive noted, because it refers specifically to an overspend. The debate has been about the the exiting from a Section 75 agreement with the Integrated Care Board. And that is not an overspend, that is an under recovery of funding or removal of funding. And I'm wondering if that lets us have our cake and eat it a little in terms of recording our dissatisfaction very precisely, and, you know, pointing that we don't agree with the way the executive noted it, because it's obviously still contentious. I don't like recording it as an underspend, as an overspend, because it's not an overspend, it's an under recovery or underfunding.
Can we include? I take the point. I take the point. But that is us then recording that as part of our discussion this afternoon. I don't think it requires us to make a separate recommendation to that effect.
It doesn't actually say anything in that statement about underfunding.
Right. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we're in danger of I know it's been a long day and a long, tiring afternoon. We're in danger of getting slightly caught up in this. The tone of our conversation, what has been recorded this afternoon from our debate, has been a significant expression of concern about the money that we haven't managed to keep, the money we haven't managed to raise, as well as the money we have overspent. There was one very specific area which I don't think was noted in what the executive have talked about here, that we feel it is very appropriate for us to make a definitive statement about, and that is what indeed we have. Councillor Trimnell.
I just want to very quickly confirm the email that you sent us, that is going in as a recommendation.
Yes.
Which doesn't mention any underfunding.
No, it doesn't.
Have you got a problem with that, Councillor Trimnell?
As one of many recommendations, then I'll shrug, if you get what I mean. But I just, you know, I don't know how involved the government are in this. If I was to say this was an agreement between the ICB and Somerset Council, and there, I guess, could be things that the government did that have forced the ICB's hand. I don't know, because I don't know the timeline, but that's all I'm thinking. You know, they're just going to come back and go, it wasn't us.
Well, at least we've done our bit in making sure that it's been highlighted and pushed forward as much as it can be. Right. May I see all those in favour of that series of conclusions? Right. Any against? Councillor Hobhouse abstaining? Oh, good.
Oh,
right. Right. Councillor Hobhouse was voting in favour of it. Okay. Look, super. Thank you very much. But ongoing, really problematic. We want to make sure, however, that we do engage with next year's budget at the earliest possible stage as well. So that needs to be part of our thinking. Now, if we may, we'll press straight on with agenda item 10, the housing revenue account. Kerry? Or Liz? Liz, sorry, Councillor Lation, you're going to introduce it.
Thank you, but Kerry does a far better job than I ever would. And there is a lot less to worry about here. It was actually referenced in the SIPFA review, the good place that the HRA is in. Thank you.
Indeed. Officer Prisker.
Hello, good afternoon. In the interest of the fact that you've had a very long day and it is very, very hot, I am more than happy to go straight to questions if everyone's happy with that.
Right, well, that's, yes. Councillor Johnson, clearly not.
So, Kerry, I have had some difficulties in my area with social housing and staffing requirements. Is that something that you are addressing in terms of leadership for areas where we have social housing?
Hello, Councillor Johnson. I'm Simon Lewis, Head of Housing. Can you be a bit more specific? So where's the lack of capacity?
So I've had an absence of a estate manager for 18 months due to ill health that supposedly people were covering and they haven't been covering, and they did appoint someone They've left and now it's under agency, but I understand that they're supposed to have annual assessments as to well-being of people within that development, and those haven't happened for a long time now.
Okay, yes, so I'm aware of the situation we're referring to. So the member of staff that has been off sick for a long period of time, they've now handed in their notice. So we've had to be using agency while they've been off. So now we have a vacant post. We are able to recruit permanently into that post, and we will address that. And yeah, I do recognise the service hasn't been consistent in that area, but we'll be able to address that now.
Okay, thank you for that specific. Officer Hall.
I was just going to add that despite the new financial controls put in place, of course, the housing revenue account is in a very good position financially. There is some forecast overspend that we believe is manageable throughout the year, and we will continue to find mitigations to that. But we aren't holding a recruitment freeze of any sort. So we are talking to homes in Somerset in terms of any vacancies that occur on either party, so that we can ensure that we take forward the right recruitments. You'll be aware, of course, that much of this service is transferring on the 1st of September into the Almo model. So all of that work is still ongoing. We haven't paused any recruitment, but I think Simon's covered the very specific points. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So unless there's anything else, ladies and gentlemen, I think we thank Officer Prisco for a very clear report. May I see all those in favour of noting the recommendations approved by the executive? And I'm assuming we don't really wish to add anything else to them at the moment. May I see all those in favour? Good, thank you. Thank you very much. Item 11 is Heart of the Southwest Local Enterprise Partnership Legacy Funds. I don't think this is being represented by a member of the executive. It's going to be straight to Samantha Seddon, Service Manager Economy, to present this one, please. Samantha.
I will also keep it brief in the interest of hopefully getting you home sooner rather than later. So just in terms of a brief introduction, this is a report in relation to Somerset Council's share of Heart of the Southwest Local Enterprise Partnership, or LEP, legacy funds. These funds are the remaining unallocated or revolving local growth funds that were held by the LEP at the point of its closure. We're asking today's Scrutiny to comment on a proposed expenditure framework as set out in Appendix A for SC, deploying up to just over £6.6 million worth of legacy funds, the majority of which is capital. The proposals are that the council uses those monies for strategic economic development purposes and to support delivery of goals and priorities in the Somerset Economic Prosperity Strategy. Those proposals are in keeping with previous council decision making by executive, particularly in relation to executive's approval of the LEP integration plan, which was also approved by government, as well as the LEP board and the other upper tier relevant local authorities in the former Heart of the Southwest area. And it's also in keeping with reference that was made in executive's approval of the economic prosperity strategy to potential use of those monies to support delivery of the priorities within the strategy. The proposals are set out in Appendix A. They particularly focus on supporting businesses, developing key economic sectors and investing in regeneration. Alongside inviting Scrutiny's comments and advice, we're also seeking feedback from the Somerset Economic Growth Board on the proposals as part of our obligations under the LEP integration plan, and also the terms of reference for that board. The intention is then to use that feedback to refine recommendations before taking final recommendations to Executive Committee in October time. Subject to decision making there, the intention would then be to kind of further develop specific activity and expenditure lines, including further developing equalities impact assessment work in line with those recommendations. I'll pause there, but any questions and reflections, very welcome.
Thank you. So there are a number of questions before us this afternoon. First from Councillor Johnson, please.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I just wanted to be clear, at what point will we be able to scrutinise any of the project spend?
So I guess that would depend on what executive decision making was taken ultimately. So if there was agreement to executive to the plan, then we could build in kind of further reflections with scrutiny around how those proposals were progressing and expenditure against those plans.
Okay, Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you, Chair. So on page 280, we've got £2,394,118 in capital reserves for connecting Devon and Somerset. It piqued my interest because connectivity here in Somerset is dreadful. We still have deserts. I think my colleague to my right would completely agree with that. I wanted to know, is this part of that £6 million that's left over, or is this separate? And then just another question, page 293, the ideas for spending. Wincanton had its entire regeneration fund withdrawn, and I apologise for being a little parochial here, but I was so disappointed to see Glastonbury, Taunton, Yeovil listed for town centre regeneration again, but nothing allocated for our town, which is our eastern gateway into Somerset. Will Wincanton get any money that we could really do with for our town?
Just in terms of the first bit around connecting Devon and Somerset and broadband, there are two separate pots of money. So the £6 million figure is the figure that is available to Somerset Council to spend. The section of the report that you're referring to is around monies that the council holds in its capacity as the former accountable body for the Hearts South West Local Enterprise Project on behalf of all partners. So that's where that figure comes from in relation to connecting Devon and Somerset. So it's held for ongoing LEP activity.
So it's an additional sum, not part of the 6 million.
Yeah. The regeneration point, I think we'd intended to change it to say it was just for supporting regeneration priorities.
Which I guess comes back to Councillor Johnson's point about we will need to scrutinise individual strands of use as proposals come forward. So there's that second stage of the implementation of these funds in due course.
Yes.
I'll be very interested to see what gets done with this money in the places that already had quite a lot of money invested already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. It's probably following on from Lucy's question, really, and I share her disappointment when we had to pull regeneration funding from Wincanton and put it into Yeovil. The 2.8 million that's proposed for Glastonbury, Firepool and Yeovil is already following that previous public investment. All three, as you say, have had money from regeneration programmes of one sort and another. Before any of this legacy funding is committed, can we please see a breakdown showing what previous investment has delivered, what remains outstanding, and how this new expenditure is additional rather than replacing or rescuing earlier schemes, and what gateway assurance will prevent good money following bad. And following on from that, and this is specifically for Glastonbury, given the council's experience with the Life Factory and the statutory audit recommendation that followed it, what additional assurance will apply before any further regeneration funding is committed in Glastonbury?
Paul or Samantha? Officer Hickson.
I suppose just to re-emphasise the point which Samantha made previously, the place-based references in the table were an early draft, and that should have been corrected, and we apologise to the committee for that. I think as this paper is prepared for the executive, that will just be an allocation within the LEP legacy funds for regeneration, and as per Councillor Johnson's original question, obviously opportunity for scrutiny of the use of that as proposals develop. We aren't going to be suggesting that there'll be specific commitment to the funding in the paper that goes to the executive
October for individual regeneration projects or programmes in specific places.
Councillor Osborne.
No further questions on that. But I remain to be convinced, because you haven't actually sort of specified what type of assurances you're going to bring in to cover the concerns raised, that we're not just topping up existing projects or propping them up, and that we are going to ensure that we're not throwing good money after bad in the case of some projects that may have struggled. Ideally, we should be looking at perhaps new things and possibly even use this money to perhaps give towns that haven't had an opportunity, like Wincanton, the opportunity to perhaps bring forward some regeneration, even if it's only small scale.
Officer Hickson, do you want to comment on
I would say that things that are brought forward clearly need to be tested in terms of the strength of their business case, the value for money that they offer, and the impact that they will make in the communities concerned. So I think the kind of tests that you were describing there would need to be, and we would be keen for them to be part of proposals as they are brought forward.
Okay. Councillor Mansell.
Thanks. I must admit, I have a degree of problem with this paper in that I just feel it lacks information. Really, all the detail, or such as it is in the appendix, and we've not really been provided with any information beyond headlines for it. So across the piece, I just feel that we lacked information to actually make any sensible comment. So I think that's a problem, and I'm disappointed that we've not been provided with information that gives us some insight into what these projects would involve, what their business cases are, you know, just some sort of guidance on what is thought is going to be achieved and what outcomes might result, because all we seem to do is headlines and some money to be spent, but nothing to really help us in judge whether it would be well spent. It does apply really across all of them, all of the areas. I do feel a little bit concerned about the one on sorry, it's such small print, about the distinctive assets and opportunities, which are partly energy related, and so just to sort of comment something there, firstly just on the tidal lagoon, and I will say I would absolutely love a tidal lagoon project to be deliverable and feasible, and it may be, and if it is, I'm a backer, but I have my doubts on the basis of what I've heard, and I've seen nothing come through to say why this should be a project that's deliverable, or is just going to, you know, spend money on feasibility studies that don't go anywhere. So that's a key example of, you know, what do we think we're going to be achieving on that one. Although I like the sound of it, I have got doubts, and I think we need some information. I've also got doubts on what the impacts of AI growth zones are. They could have big implications, and we're not being told about them here or how they might be addressed. So you get lack of information. How can we say this looks like a good framework if we've not got information behind it? The battery clusters, I instinctively feel more favourable to that, and that that should be something that's good. Although again, I'd really like to know a little bit more what's the plan. So yeah, I just don't think I can support this because we've not been told enough about what's actually being planned.
I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson to come in now, please.
Proposed expenditure framework, and then it says, noting the options for the use of these legacy funds It's not specifying what are the legacy projects that are going to be undertaken. It's saying they will use that money to look at the options. And as Mr. Hickson has already said, they will come back to the committee for full appraisal. So I don't have a problem with the recommendations, and I don't think this report was designed to set out how that money will be used.
Please.
Well, it's in the recommendation.
Well, Paul,
Right,
can you confirm that's what you're going to do? You're going to bring back the reports to us with recommendations?
Through the chair, Councillor Mansell, please. Councillor Lation, and then I'm going to ask Officer Hickson to come in.
Chair, I just wanted to reference in paragraph 25, the Somerset Economic Growth Board is referenced, and I think that is equally important because the possibilities for this LEP money, which is extremely welcome that there's anything left. I was on the LEP scrutiny panel back in 2018, I think. So I'm delighted there is some capital and a small amount of revenue left. But I think we have to acknowledge that the Somerset Economic Growth Board has an equally important place in any decision making in advance of executive and the governance of this council.
Thank you. Officer Hickson.
The paper here is really setting out a framework and the principles. So we've now reached a point through the LEP integration process and the kind of due diligence with the other authorities where the money is apportioned and we can turn our minds to implementation. The past decisions made by the executive regarding the integration plan and the economic strategy provide us our guidance effectively. We'll be taking the report to the executive to kind of establish those next steps, and absolutely we'll be looking at the detail of how we use the resources available to best impact in due course, and we'll look to kind of engage through our democratic processes with the detail of that as we make those steps forward.
Councillor Trimnell.
So very quickly, something's going to come to executive in October, which will be detailing how that money is likely to be spent. Who's making that decision? Is it this? Which of the boards is it that will be making that decision? Who will be looking at what needs the money? Is there anywhere for people to put in bids?
Samantha.
So the item is on the executive forward plan for October. So the intention was to take this overarching framework and to seek executive's approval to use the money for strategic economic development purposes in line with the strategy and those key headings as being the areas of focus. But then the paper refers to and the recommendation has reference to further governance procedures. So the intention would then be to kind of assess individual strands of activity on their merits, as Paul described, in terms of business cases and value for money, etc., through further decision making. So I think that's the distinction at this point. Is the focus is on establishing that it's for strategic development purposes and some key themes, and then further decision making, agreeing the detail. I don't think we're intending for that to be a bidding process in the grand scheme of things. It's not a huge sum of money to invite lots and lots of different bids, but rather for it to be officer considerations and recommendations, building on the decision making that had already taken place. And I should say, in all this, I'm not preempting that executive decision making because obviously it sits with them.
Right. Is there any other contribution, Councillor Mansell?
Yes, I just think we need to be clear because there is a lack of clarity. I've just sort of looked through the recommendation and paragraph 25 is sort of key as to what's to happen next. If our recommendation is clear that options are going to come back to this committee before going forward further, as the Vice Chair suggested, I can go with that. And we've made some comments. I'm not absolutely sure I've had total reassurance, so I think we do make it very clear in what we now decide that our understanding is that it's going to come back to us with further detail on these options, so we can have something to scrutinise and comment on.
Okay. Does anybody else wish to come back on that? Councillor Filmer.
Very briefly, totally agree with what Councillor Mansell's just said, but I think also it would be worth just clarifying the fact that that table at the back is indicative, because I think a lot of people will have read that and thought, oh, that's where the money's going. And that's probably what's going to get reported in the press as well. So the council need to be ready to deal with that misunderstanding, I think, of those figures.
I think it is very important to read the report carefully, particularly from paragraph 19 onwards, because the detail is all there, really, all the detail of what this proposal is. What we're not being asked to do is to sanction specific expenditure this afternoon. We're looking at the framework. That's the key point. Right, so the recommendations, as you will see, are to note the up to £6,679,909. Now that is specific, of Heart of the Southwest LEP legacy funds. And we've had the expenditure framework set out for us, and noting the options for the use of those funds set out in this report and proposed governance procedures described in paragraph 25 of this report. Are we content with that? Or do you wish to add something to that, Councillor Mansell?
Yes, can it be confirmed, please, that there will be a report back to us on the options with more information on what is being proposed?
Well, that scrutiny will continue to feature in the governance procedures.
Before they're signed off.
Yes, Samantha?
Yes, and I think that we could also perhaps look at the wording of that second recommendation when it goes to executive in terms of being a bit clearer on this being the framework and some key headings rather than it being something that's more than that.
Could that just be repeated, please? Because I'm getting very old and very deaf and I didn't actually hear all of it.
Sorry, I'm full of a cold as well.
Well,
That's probably not helping.
if you could maybe hold the microphone a bit.
If I help Samantha out just with her cold in mind, try and project as well. I think Councillor Filmer's advice was very helpful in this respect, and we will refine the report and how it's presented to be in keeping with that steer, which I think was, in a way, a good summary of the sentiments that were being given to us about the detail in the report. So we will pick that up.
Right. May I see all those in favour? Any against? Thank you. Yes. Sue wasn't quick enough. Right, so now we move on to the pièce de résistance, the most exciting part of this afternoon's meeting, item 12. No. So this is the annual report of the Deputy Leader of Somerset Council and Lead Member for Finance. It is actually a very good read, and I did appreciate the frankness of the introductory section, particularly. Councillor Lation.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I won't take too much of your time. I do hope that this is comprehensive, and I thank those officers who've written the various parts of the report, my annual report. Of course, some of it had to be rewritten after the best value notice, and some of it has been checked and checked again since Lizzie Watkin joined us as permanent Chief Finance Officer. But I hope that the introduction gives a kind of flavour of what has been happening and what the priorities are for me for, you know, who knows who'll be sat here in a year's time. Who knows who might be down the seaside? None of us know, do we? I think all any of us can say, and I'm sure we do all say it, is that we do our very best and we do it for every resident in Somerset. So I hope, as you say, Chair, that it's been of interest, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lation. Members, are there any comments you wish to make on the report? Any plaudits you wish to deliver? Any angst-ridden terrors you wish to raise? Yes, Councillor Stanley.
Plaudits tempted me.
Well, no, Mike had his
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got to know Liz quite well over the last few years, and I just got to say that through thick and thin, she's done a stalwart job of coping with these trials and tribulations and difficult situations that we've had to deal with. Lots of changes of CFO. So I think we should, as a whole committee, unless there's disagreement or opposition, put on record our appreciation of what she's done. Like, she's put in a huge number of hours, weekends, late evenings, and I think it's a good job. Not completed, probably continuing after May, but thanks to Liz.
Councillor Seeb.
I was going to say much the same thing. Councillor Lation's definitely Somerset's number one swan. There's an awful lot going on underneath the surface, but she delivers the service with good grace and despite some very choppy waters. So I think as an executive member, we've been very lucky to have her in those roles.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Obviously, love to echo all those messages, Liz, but what I also have particularly appreciated is your absolute commitment to turning up to these meetings. You are the most dedicated scrutiny attender, and that is hugely valuable to us as a committee in understanding what we are working on. So thank you very much for your attendance.
Councillor Trimnell.
Thank you. So I was going to say the same thing. You always come to these meetings. 7 hours was forecast for this. You'd have been here for the whole thing. If it went to 7 hours, we're still hoping it doesn't. But I used to work in a maths department for 10 years, and I used to dream numbers and incalculable questions. And I can only imagine that for you, you just dream of budget sheets and numbers, and I don't know how you do it.
So could I just, Councillor Osborne?
Well, I would say is thank you for the report, Liz. It's full and it's comprehensive, but also I think you really do deserve a medal for endurance, as you say, not just for turning up to this committee, but also things such as audit and some of the other committees. It's not an easy job you're doing. At times it must be pretty thankless, very challenging, very frustrating, but thank you for what you do anyway.
I was going to add, ladies and gentlemen, that not only does Councillor Lation go through the endurance of these meetings, but she also attends a number of the online agenda settings and pre-meetings as well, which is really above and beyond the call of duty. So I think that we can all offer our sincere thanks to her for the significant time and attention she pays to scrutiny, and not in a way where she seeks to dominate or to correct what scrutiny says, but being supportive and taking back from these meetings then information and opinion to the executive. So it's a very helpful channel for us, as well as a fantastic opportunity for the information, Liz, that you bring to this meeting. So thank you very much. I think from all of us, I see nods all around the table from all sides and all parties. So I would like to move that we accept the report with thanks and gratitude. All in favour of that? Jolly good. Thank you. Whether we'll be as kind to Theo at the next meeting remains to be seen. Leaving that one aside, item 13 is the annual report of the Scrutiny Committee, Corporate and Strategic. And I can only say that you have the report in front of you. I hope that you've all read it, just to remind yourselves of the huge amount of work that you've undertaken this year. I think that this committee has done remarkably well with the range and depth of investigation and discussion that it is undertaken. And I think that the key thing that I really want to emphasize, and I did put it into the report, is my thanks to all of the members who have participated this year and all of the officers who have supported us in that, because we have worked really well together as a team, officers and members, and I think that then produces a stronger result, and this report, I hope, encapsulates that fully. Councillor C.
Chairman, I'd just like a little tweak to the first paragraph, because as you correctly point out, we are reporting as the corporate and strategic, but you refer to the corporate and resources on line 1. And I think it would be helpful to rephrase line 1 to explain to the reader that the one has subsumed the other, just for clarity.
I was hoping that that was actually reasonably clear in itself, that that between the 6th of May 2025 and June 2025 and July 2026, we have moved from being corporate and resources to corporate and strategic, but the report covers all of it.
Yeah, I'm corporate and strategic, nay, corporate and resources.
Oh.
Yes, that was pretty much exactly what was in my mind to put previously corporate and resources.
I am sure the thousands of people that read this report will need to be enlightened.
However, I would like to thank yourself and the officers who supported this, including the officers who've been lightly toasted by the committee and the officers who support the administration of the committee. I think it has been a busy year, and you've been an excellent chair and you've been well supported, so thank you to everyone.
Yeah, that's kind. Councillor Johnson.
While we're all in thanking mode, I was going to say pretty much the same. Stephen, you do a fantastic job of chairing this committee. You are so clear, you are so precise, and you hit the nail on the head every time when it comes to adding recommendations or summing up. I don't think anyone could do a better job than you. So thank you very much for all you do. And our officers are amazing. The hours they put in behind the scene for us are truly, truly appreciated. They do all the work. We just get to sit here at a meeting and you know, do our bit. But they really are tremendous, and they support us fantastically in our role.
Absolutely. You know, I would really like to specify Scott, Jack, Helen, and all the other democratic services staff that support us as well. We do get remarkably good support. It sometimes comes, I know, at great inconvenience and difficulty for them, but we do appreciate it very much, and I think we do need to place that on record. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen, on that one? No, so are you happy to? Liz, sorry.
Chair, I just wanted to join the Appreciation Society and say how good the recent reports to executive have been from scrutiny committees, and the scrutiny comments and the response and the way they're presented for executive. Really, really helpful, and I think there has been a massive improvement and change since last September. So thank you for that, and thank your officers.
Right, so we're asked to consider and approve the report. I'm happy to do so. Yeah, thank you very much. And finally, agenda item 14, and Councillor Hobhouse has his helmet on, which must be a suggestion to this.
Just thought your head might be
right.
Cold.
So we've got the yes, we've got the forward plan before us. Mr. Latkovich, do you want to say anything about September?
Yeah, really quickly. We had to on the forward plan that you have in your papers has been slightly updated. Couple of items had been added. One is reserves review updates, which will be presented by Section 151 officer. And also potentially, provisionally, we are putting community working review position update paper. The paper as such will not have recommendations. If it comes, will not have any recommendations. So you will not be voting on. I know the sentiment of the last two meetings on that paper, but just to give members advance warning about that one, if it comes to the meeting, and we will be chair and vice chair already explained at the start of the meeting that we will be guided by officers and the relevant executive member about the developments in that area. We will also consider adding some items with picking up the recommendations made today's meeting, related to the best value notice. So we will be updating our, this will be very, it's not going to be static forward plan at all. Thank you.
So, yes, Councillor Johnson, then
I'm
Councillor
just noticing there's nothing for October on there, but we do have an October meeting.
We do have the October meeting and we know that there will be items coming forward for it, but we haven't yet been able to formalise those. So please don't feel that you're going to have a free month, because you won't.
And
Councillor
can I just say to committee members, I know that this meeting has been a long meeting. We are finding reports are coming at short notice that are being insisted that we deal with. So if you see a meeting for this committee, please half plan that it may well run into the afternoon, and don't make plans for the afternoon on the scrutiny corporate and strategic meeting day, because it's looking like our agendas are getting long and you are unlikely to get away within the 2 hours.
And I would suggest you plan to bring your lunch with you if you can. Sorry, Lucy, did you want to come in?
Well, I was only going to say about October, because obviously, not obviously, I won't be here for the next couple of meetings, most likely, because I'm having my surgery at the end of this month. And so I still want to kind of keep a rough idea of what's coming in October, because I think you found take a bit of time out when you come to it. It's like you were never here before. So just want to sort of be able to keep an eye on what I've missed, so I'm ready for what I come back to.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that beginning of every month, we inform members of this committee on what is on the latest forward plan as well. And obviously we are continuing every day, we are updating forward plan, but every month, every beginning of the month, we send the latest forward plan to members.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's anything else. We were enjoined to finish by 3:45 and it's now 3:52. So I don't think in the end we've done too badly, but can I thank you very much for your forbearance, your cooperation and your intervention. A pleasure to be with you as always. Thank you very much.